I'm feeling pretty good.
All right, here we are.
Welcome.
No movie today. So
You
what are we
mean
gonna what are we gonna call
movies?
this? What are we gonna call this? It can't be a weekly.
Well, they
This
aren't.
is the
They aren't
monthly.
exactly weekly, anyways. So
Why
Yeah.
not? But
Yeah,
still,
weekly. They're like once a month.
Yeah. This is the.
we could just call it a weekly. Who cares?
no.
This is
It
more.
needs to
This would
be
be.
distinct
This would
in
be
some way.
easier. This would be easier to do weekly anyway.
Brody suggested that we change the name of the podcast because
Yeah.
it's so
Totally reasonable.
I thought.
No.
Well, not dude. I mean, frankly, I thought this is gonna be a whole new project. I thought
Oh,
this is.
that's
I thought.
crazy.
I thought this is. I thought we were starting fresh with this one. This was gonna be the. This is gonna be the filling in the hole that a certain particular comedy podcast has left in
That's
the market.
actually insane.
Well, the
I know
only
you're
issue. The
joking.
only issue is we need to keep that that insane community that we already have. You know,
That's true.
of
Yeah, we need to
of,
build our,
of
we've already
schizoid
built a
movie
brand.
freaks.
Yeah,
Indians.
yeah,
Yeah.
of people who subscribed for something completely different.
Yeah.
Not just the people who subscribed for a film podcast, but also the people who subscribed thinking that we're
Well, look.
uploading full movies.
Well, look, what do they actually
certain-
want?
They want us, and here we are.
No,
They want
they
bubs.
want full movie uploaded 1080p.
They want bubs.
Yeah.
Mom boobs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How long has it been since you dreamt about your mom?
Okay.
Everyone in order. That's what I called you all here for.
I honestly couldn't tell you.
When's not dreamt about your mom, but she appeared in a dream? How long? How long
For
has
a
it
long
been?
time, actually.
Is
Pleasantly.
she just in a dream at all?
Yeah.
Oh, I feel like
Well, your dream.
recently.
Hold on, let me check my journal.
She's in someone's
check
dreams, right?
my
Yeah.
dream
Control.
vault.
Yeah,
As we
control.
speak.
Control
Yeah.
F, mom.
Yeah,
Yeah,
take
control.
it. Yeah,
I don't know. The last time I can recall my mom being in my dream is probably over a year ago. She probably has been in there since before that. But the one that I recall is something that I wish I didn't recall, and I am not going into it.
Holy fuck, exposed.
Yeah, exposed.
So what are we gonna call this?
I don't
What
know.
about-
Well, stop changing subject. All right, go.
What about Breezy? The Breeze. 99.7 The Breeze, because
Okay.
we're shooting the breeze.
The breeze.
The breeze found dead on 8th and 9th.
How about we
Shot.
How about we call it flying cheetahs?
I liked that whole joke, by the way. I thought that was quite good. I was hoping for a little more from the song, but
Yeah.
everything prior to the singing was really spot on.
Let's do we could name the podcast Sherbert Sky.
Yeah, Sherbert Sky I thought was really good.
That was inspired by me driving and seeing a sherbet colored sky.
Yeah.
Brody brought up an important point. Brody, you're kind of you've listened to every fucking Come Town on Earth.
Yeah, twice actually.
I want to know if if Dasha cheated on Adam.
Oh, I don't know.
Do you know
Oh,
Sorry.
100%.
Probably.
That's the
No,
I mean,
allegation.
that's the allegation.
So I think Adam definitely cheated on her.
Yeah.
I think it was doomed to fail because they're both slimy people that I would
Yeah,
love to
this
have
is
as guests on the
accurate.
podcast.
Yeah. And if they're listening, please come on.
Yeah, if you're listening, I think you're both awesome and funny, and you
Yeah.
should pop on.
Yeah.
Maybe have me come on your podcast too. Maybe have me come in your podcast too.
Yeah.
What do you want to call this? Like, come village?
Yeah.
You have to call it Jizz City,
Poop
Yeah.
Town.
That's pretty good. Jizz City's pretty good.
His town.
Spoojopolis.
It'd be funny if we actually just did a parody podcast. We got like a fat guy, you know. We had like literally an Adam, a Stav, and a Nick.
Yeah.
Like we
And
just
we
did an actual
actually-
Chinese,
And,
like a Chinese ripoff.
yeah. And every single podcast they do, we listen to it ahead of time. we try really hard to just mimic it, you know.
Yeah, well, I was thinking that we type out a script and we don't even try to mimic it. We just read the script, but
We just
very
do it.
poorly, right?
Yeah.
We're not
like transcribed, like
yeah,
transcribed.
yeah,
the thing.
transcribed. Yeah.
Yeah, we could do like overacted readings, like when you're reading something out, like have you ever recorded yourself reading something and like you like do the emphasis wrong because you didn't read ahead or whatever, but like do that really go for it as you're reading it so you get the emphasis wrong like all the time.
Okay, how about this podcast?
Yeah, it's because you are gay and dumb, and I come in your dad.
This is not a good example.
Well, I thought it was all
I
right.
don't know, bro. I don't know if you want to be. Is our podcast? Look, we can endorse Come Town, but do we want to?
No, we're not reactionaries.
No, yeah. Do we really just want to make everything about being gay?
Yeah.
Is that really what we want to do? They did that without even thinking whether it was the right thing to do. I told Brody the other day that modern climate science has disproved many of Hegel's theories.
That's pretty good.
I like the full quote, which was, "They're ants in my bathroom. I love it when they crawl on my feet and legs while I'm taking a shit." Also, modern climate scientists have disproved many of Hegel's theories.
Yeah, that was pretty great.
That's good. That's good. That's good.
Not skits.
Not skits. I like to think of Steven as a modern. What's his name? The chicken guy. The guy that
Modern
everybody
skits.
likes.
Guy invented chicken? Tyson?
The guy.
The modern chicken guy?
Yeah, no.
What is that?
He's like Aristotle.
Oh,
Diogenes?
Diogenes.
Diogenes, right? Okay, I'm glad we're all on the same track here.
Diogenes nuts.
Yeah. Diogenes.
I'm a little bit of a modern Diogenes, except
Yeah.
I'm too
Myself.
I like to think of myself as a little bit of a modern Diogenes.
Yeah.
You're at like a bar talking to some. You're
Yeah,
at
you
a bar
can hear
talking to some
someone saying
trashy
this
person.
at a bar.
Except you're recording yourself and you're at your mom's
Yeah,
house.
yeah.
Doing a
I've got like
podcast.
a phone and I'm like talking to someone.
Yeah. Like a guy walks up to you with a GoPro on.
Dude, it would be really funny to just start wearing a GoPro everywhere, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be great.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be...
Or just like a
Yeah,
chest cam,
that'd be great.
like right here. And it's like, and you say, "Could you say it into the camera?" You point to it.
Yeah, whenever they respond.
Yeah. Or we could start getting. I really like the trend. It's actually, if you think about it from a theoretical perspective, it's so important. But I really like the trend.
Steven loves this joke.
No, it's not even a joke.
Good.
No, but the trend where people like hand the phone to the other person, they're like,
Oh,
"Could
yeah.
you record me for a second?
Oh,
it's already
yeah,
it's already
those
going," and then they do something horrible in public. I love that. I
I-
love
Those
that.
those are like consistently funny. Like it's
Yeah.
not.
I'm not a big fan. Some of them I really like, but there's the one guy who's popular doing it, and he just does like he starts
he's
like
gotten-
acting like a dinosaur, and he's like, does like shit like that.
Yeah.
I don't like that one. I like the ones. I don't know. I feel like they haven't taken that to the conclusion yet.
Well, I actually
Like,
think
it
he
needs
is.
to go-
So,
match.
there are ones where
Can
people
you
just
record me?
literally go crazy and they make such a scene that it's so awkward. There are some of those, and I don't consider that the end. I actually think the dude you're referencing takes it, and not always funny, but takes it to this other level where the point becomes no longer about them filming him. So like he hands them the camera, and then he does. I think there's one where he does like a GTA animation, but then the camera starts following him. So it's like a fake. It defies your expectations that he's going to do something weird in public because now it's following him. So now he's like walking and doing something,
Well,
and then
I
he
don't-
does like this loading screen with like an editing. So they do
That's-
some stuff in post to have like.
No, those ones.
I don't
Those
know.
ones aren't handing the phone to the person. That's totally
Oh.
different. It's just going up and interviewing someone in public, and then like
Oh
he
yeah,
just
yeah.
like
Oh,
stops.
yeah.
He just like stops paying attention
Yeah,
to them
yeah,
and then
you're
walks
right,
away.
You're right. That's pretty funny too.
Yeah, that. I mean, I agree. It'd be
That is
kind
pretty
of
good.
ruining the premise if it was like if he was like faking like hold the phone.
I do think like a good amount are faked, like 30%, probably 40%. Not by total volume, but ones that go viral, I feel like 30% are fake.
I think probably 70% of what I see is fake.
Oh, really?
Just in general.
Yeah.
Like even like in my room, you know, like there's
I mean, for
Honestly,
instance, you're looking at a screen, right? You're
My
looking at a
desk
screen.
isn't real. It's my desk.
My
is
arms.
fake wood.
My arms aren't even real. You thought I had arms, didn't you? They've been gone.
It's tough.
Yeah. There's you know that app Be Real?
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, so
Dude,
Oh my god, it's actually crazy, dude.
well, yeah, but listen,
Everything about it. Everything
listen,
about it.
But why I brought it up is the a lot of people will like take the Be Real app and hand it to somebody and be like, take a picture of my friends and me, and then they take a
that's
picture
funny.
and then it flips around and takes a picture of whoever, and so like people post the things, it'll just
That's
be like,
pretty funny.
Wait. Is that
I like
part
that.
of the app?
Okay, so Be Real is an app.
where you can you get
hold
the
on.
unique opportunity to be real.
Yeah, you get the unique opportunity to Be Real. So we've lost Steven, but
What?
yeah, so Be Real is this app where
Are you serious?
everyone who's on the app at the same time gets an alert saying like time to be real. And so you get a notification says time to be real, and then you take it out and you take a photo of whatever you're doing at that moment.
Yeah.
And it takes a photo of both the front and the back camera at the same time. And then that's what gets posted.
And then if you retake it, it like tells like people can see how many times you retook it too.
Yeah, but
this is
How you be
dude,
real.
I hate
the world.
these like social media alternatives that keep popping up, right?
All right, I am still recording.
Yeah, we need to just conform.
That are supposed to be like fixing the problems of like inauthenticity, right? You see like the right wings ones pop up like
Right
I
wing
think it was,
Snapchat.
like, truth.
Like Snapchat, is that
I'm
what you
on-
said?
Truth social.
Yeah, you're not on there.
What,
Their new right wing Snapchat. Yeah, it's called Boot Chat.
Is this true?
Yeah,
That's
you
a
like
fake.
you send snap. It's basically Snapchat, but you have to like the AI detects and won't send the photo unless it shows your boots on top of something. So like you send pictures of like your boot on top of like different objects and stuff. It's called Boot Chat. Yeah.
Well, do you know what they tried doing before that, right? Like before Boot Chat?
What'd they do before Boot Chat?
They were trying to do knee chat, but that didn't fly because they were trying to get that going like around the whole George Floyd time.
You're right.
Well, no, but knee chat came before, like the Chauvin thing was a reference to knee chat.
Right. Yeah.
But it blew up the spot.
Yeah. It was
got too big.
It also just went. Yeah. It was just a bad joke.
It took a bad direction. Yeah.
It was a really bad joke. Poor taste.
I actually hate this Be Real thing, and I'm with Brody. There's something super corrupt about like having a presence in this space is like affirmation of authenticity. Like
Yeah.
like I won't
I
lie,
don't
the
even
Be
know
Real
what you
thing
mean.
sounds the Be Real thing sounds actually
Well,
pretty fun. Like it's like a fun idea, but at the same time,
Well,
it's all
look,
about being authentic, and it's like the mere act of posting on Be Real
No, I
is
think-
inauthentic.
I think this is wrong. I think most people, not wrong that like it's inauthentic, because of course it isn't, and like of course it isn't like authentic, but I think everyone who interacts with the app interacts with it semi-ironically. Like everybody is like, do you have Be Real? Dude, it's so dumb, and then they do it.
Dude,
And it's
I
like
know,
there's
everyone
like
makes-
built
that's not- I mean, that's not-
into like the authentic, like the premise that like it's more authentic is also like it's like an ironic like is that you interact with that ironically.
Yeah, the name is like half joke. Everyone loves making the time to be real.
Yeah, time to be real, everybody,
So,
and then taking
what
a
is it?
selfie.
Okay, it's we already explained it.
Is
But
it a social media?
yeah, it's a social media. It's an app. Everyone has it. Everyone
Except
gets a
for you,
notification at the
apparently,
same
loser.
time. I don't have it. Everyone gets a notification
Is
at
it
the same
creative
time.
agency? I'm literally
Shut
Googling
the hell
it.
up!
I can't
I'm trying
find
to
it.
fucking tell you
I
what it
can't
is.
find it. I'm
You're
Googling it.
Shut the fuck up! Stop googling it. Listen to me. Are you ready?
I don't even believe that it's real.
Oh my gosh! I'm not telling you what it is.
Be real, Steven.
You bloody.
Google it and link it to me. Link it to me right now. I can't find it unless it's spelled differently.
All right.
Be real, one word period.
Anyway, I agree. Yeah, I agree with what you're saying, John. Everyone I've heard talk about it laughs at the idea and also the name, but they all do it and they totally feel like it's somehow more authentic. And
I can't find it.
Dude, anytime I see some fucking guy post for his girl's birthday, anniversary, anything like this, you're in the boat, John. But so am I, so it's okay that I'm saying this.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel bad for them.
It's your word to say.
I feel bad for them. Steven has HDR on. I feel bad for them.
Dude, it's Vereal. Are you?
Jesus.
Is this a joke?
Dude, Steven is sharing his screen as he attempts to Google Be Real, but he is, I think intentionally. Intentionally following all obviously wrong avenues of inquiry.
Is this what you're talking about?
Anyway.
This is interesting.
Look, man.
So this is supposed to be like real. Like the whole point is that it's authentic. Social media stuff.
Dude, Steven's doing visual media comedy in an audio format.
Yeah, I'm doing prop comedy.
Yeah,
improv visual comedy.
Effectively prop comedy.
Yeah.
Improv.
Yeah, there needs to be a stand-up. There needs to be a stand-up show that is just like a guy screen sharing as he browses and talks.
Yeah,
that's basically the Joe Rogan podcast. We just should see a screen all the time.
Terrible browsing.
I mean, yeah, and they also just only show like they don't. It's only things they've already seen that they show each other. You know.
Yeah, they don't actually honestly browse.
The general public is amazed by Jamie's browsing skills when they're actually subpar. They're possibly subpar. And, people don't know what it's like to browse.
Yeah, but he's making millions, so fuck you.
He's
so making
true.
millions
so
doing
old,
the absolute freest job there is.
You know Jamie's 67?
Guys, I have a. When we get $1 million.
Yeah.
And I get some of it, right?
Yeah.
So then I can make sketch comedy, which is what I want to do with my life when I'm 43.
Yeah.
Right? This is my first idea. It's a Joe Rogan podcast. And
my idea, the Joe Rogan podcast.
and Joe Rogan keeps telling Jamie to Google things, but the Googles keep getting more and more perverse and illegal, and he keeps pleading Joe Rogan to
like child stuff. Yeah, all right.
Yeah, and then but he keeps pleading with Joe Rogan. He says, Joe.
Yeah, like the FBI's on his door.
And he goes, Jamie, look it up, and then he has to hit enter, and the FBI bursts through the door.
That doesn't sound like it can happen more than once.
Wait, so that's a great idea. That's an incredible idea.
Thank you.
But I have to tell you a joke that I came up with yesterday. It's my own joke.
Okay.
And then I have a vision I have to share with you guys.
Okay, why is 1 afraid of 7?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Because 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
That's all right.
Okay, how about this? Maybe this is a better way to tell it. Why is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 6 afraid of 7?
Why?
Because 7, 8, 9.
Nice.
So you say,
I like the why is 6, this is not even that funny, but 6 afraid of 7 because 7 is a registered 6 offender.
Nice.
I've heard that one, yeah.
Yeah. I had a vision the other day. This is not a joke.
Of your mom.
I had a vision of my mother, and she was in a big ball of chocolate that my dad... No, okay, so this is real vision. Okay. And Brody, I might want you to animate this with your stellar animation skills.
Okay.
We see a small, cute little candle, kind of like in Beauty and the Beast.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and it's flying. It emerges out of a dark fog onto this endless black plain, and it's dark, and you just see, it's kind of like a moonlight thing, so you can see that they're on this black plain. Anyway, and it's going pretty fast, maybe 34 miles an hour, but it's in a big open area, and there's no wind, So, the sense of speed is not totally appreciated. And the candle is like, has a little face on it. And he's like, oh, he's looking around. He's looking from where the fog and all this stuff, the wall of fog he came from. And he's just on a straight line. He's like, kind of making some observations, kind of thinking about things, something like this, And then he sees like a little house, except it's more like just a square prism. And there's just a single window that you can see this crazy beam of light is coming out of. And it's like super strong. Like the sun must be in this little house thing, in this beam of light. And the candle's approaching, and you can tell that the way the candle's approaching, it's going to pass by through this beam of light. And it's going super fast. And as it gets closer to the house, the sense of speed starts to become appreciated. And then right as it hits the beam of light, we have a slow-mo where we see the image of the candle's face as it looks into the window. And it has this, this face of pure awe and, transcendence or something. And then it just keeps going, right? And then it's like super sad, and it starts freaking out about how it's leaving the beam of light and like the house behind and all this stuff. And it just gets all scared and sad, and then it goes into another wall of fog, and that's that.
Sounds like you like anime.
Dude.
I'm not a big fan, actually.
Yeah, I was expecting like a punchline.
Yeah, that's what Tanner said. I told him. And he's like, I was expecting something gay to happen or something.
I thought, I'm surprised you don't like anime, given that I think you would agree that this would be perfect to be animated.
Ooh.
Oh. So stupid.
No,
it's kind of true.
I'm not giving into this, dude.
That's an absolute... No, I actually think that to a degree. Yeah.
I hope I'm never friends with someone who's into anime.
I think anime is fine sometimes.
Anime is fine sometimes.
It's just a medium.
Anime is fine, yeah.
It's a medium.
Listen, alcohol is fine sometimes. I don't want to be friends with an alcoholic.
Wait, so you're saying you don't want to be friends with like a weeb? Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, but there's something about anime that you're either like a weeb or you're not that into anime.
Is that true? Do you think
is
of
that
me?
True of alcohol?
Is that me? I mean, I feel like
no alcohol. In contrast, there's people on lots of.
I feel like I've seen.
You're not a weeb, nor are you really even into anime.
I think I am.
Listen, John, we need to talk about Brandy and all the kill all pit bulls propaganda I've been spreading in the server.
Hi, Brandy.
I love Brandy.
Like I'm pro pit bull jokes. I think they're funny.
Yeah. I'm not joking.
Oh.
I think that
I don't think they should be killed.
No, let me rephrase that. I'm pro anything that spreads the idea and makes people genuinely believe that pit bulls just like want to eat babies and that's it. They just have a insatiable bloodlust for.
I feel like children. Pit bull jokes are just one stage removed from racism jokes. Like, and I mean, like they serve like the exact same function.
I just want to say that I've been talking to Sam about this a lot, and I think this is almost why I'm in love with the pit bull dialectic because, most of the conversations you have that are political are actually just conversations with some imagined opponent in your head.
Yeah.
But
you can have it against the pit. You have it against the pit bull.
Yeah. But when people do bring up that, like, right, people say. Or people bring up, pit bulls are like 5% of the dog population and, 60% of the dog-related injuries and deaths, right? And that's true, right? And then someone will be like, this is racist. You're saying, you're making veiled commentary about, black people or something. But by doing so, they have likened, like if they think that the argumentation is the same and has the same, consequences.
Wait, it kind of is though.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it's pretty similar. And that's you're not even biting a bullet saying that. On either side, you can just agree there's a relationship.
I think you want to hold on a second because I think these people are like implicitly saying that black people, like pit bulls, are a different breed of human being, with genetic predispositions to, etc.
But there's clearly but every ethnicity is a slightly different thing.
Yeah, but not like a different breed of dog.
Yeah.
The pit bulls are like wildly.
People who are like
Yeah.
No, I
dogs.
think, yeah, but I think you just overcome that.
Yeah, wait, hold on, John. What kind of dog are white people and what kind of dog are Mexican people?
Yeah, I feel like with pit bulls, you could just like raise them so that they're not bad. I feel like you could just do that.
No, you can't.
95% of the time you could, yeah.
No, not really.
Yeah. Yeah,
well,
100%.
depends what you mean 95% of the time.
99%
and I don't think
of the
it was
time.
clear. I'm unironically interested, not in killing all pit bulls, but making them, like, I don't know, illegal to breed or something like this.
No, it's only because people will not raise dogs properly and they will become as strays and things like this. Yeah, because most dog owners are terrible at owning dogs.
Wrong.
Explain, Troy.
Most dog owners are terrible.
Okay, most people are terrible. Most dog owners are terrible. And the classic saying with pit bulls are garbage dog for garbage people, right? So yeah.
Whoa.
The classic. What?
Yeah. Now you're making it race again, bro.
No, that's what people say because everyone wants to say, it's all about the owners. They have bad owners, blah blah blah, right? But it's
I'm not saying it's all about the owners.
Yeah,
you just have to refute the only claim I'm making is if you give me a pit bull, okay?
Yeah.
You give me a pit bull. I could raise it such that it's not going to have some spur gas attack that kills someone, and I'm 99% sure I'd be able to do that. 99.5%.
I don't know. I think 99.5 is pretty high.
I'm 99.6%.
No. These numbers I think are too high, but also not really. Like, I just think it's like totally. It's like negating the nature of the animal.
Well, how much?
Sure, like definitely the training and stuff matters. We have endless cases of like literal, pit bulls belonging to trainers, like their career is dog training and whatnot, and they eat whoever. But also it's like hold on, but like I would never. What do you mean? No, there's endless cases.
No, aren't you talking about like people training dogs to be like?
No,
defensive?
Just like dog trainers training dogs to be good dogs.
How come Cesar Millan owns 8 dogs? They're like all pit bulls, and none of them fuck with him. And he seems pretty chill.
I feel like this commentary only comes up when discussing like the negative, the negative thing about some dog, right? And yet, like it's like I'm essentially arguing that it's gonna be really difficult for you to train. Maybe this isn't the best argument, but Luna, your dog, Steven, right? Mm-hmm. The way it herds those chickens, right? You never taught it that. Right, that's all genetic. It's a surprisingly sophisticated behavior, right? There's endless examples of different breeds of dogs engaging in very sophisticated instinctual behavior.
Yeah.
And yet, like, we say, oh, that's instinct. It's crazy how strong it can be, all this different stuff. And then when the instinct of the animal is to harm and kill, we're like, oh, bad owners. You've got endless cases of puppies.
No. So
tons of any puppy mills that breed pit bulls, the puppies eat each other.
Look, but pigs, yeah. I mean, like, a lot of animals like savage, though. But, I mean, I understand the point.
That's my point.
The point, and if you're making the point that pit bulls in general should be, like, sterilized so that we slowly dwindle the population of them, I'd actually be pro that. Or something like that.
I'm talking
so
about
that you have to
eradicating them
neutered.
in I don't even want to say non-violent, because, if you killed it, I don't know if I'd even call it violence, but... I'm not suggesting we kill all the pit bulls, but I'm suggesting we engage in behavior such that they're diminished and eventually eradicated.
I don't think that's a problem. I think killing them would be stupid unless they.
It's not what we're talking about.
But my point, I actually still do think so. This whole like, if a dog flees your house and gets hit by a car, you have probably not trained it as well as you could have.
You trying to talk shit about the dog that I have that literally just got ran over by a truck?
I'm not. I'm talking about the one that I'm referring to because this is on my mind. Yeah, his dog Liz.
Lizzie just got
the reason I'm bringing it up is because my dad brought this up about one of his last dogs, Snickers, got killed because it ran out of the house, but he agrees that he did not train it well. It was not trained well at all. And that, of course, some dogs get too excited. It's their natural instinct oftentimes, especially if they like see someone in the front yard, they like want to sprint at them and get excited, and they'll do things like that. And that's like a really common instinct, like to just be excited and want to greet a member that they know. Okay, so like in this case, the neighbors came out of their house. Snickers really likes the neighbors. obviously wants to sprint across the street to go say hi. They're just friends, right? They've like hung out a bunch of times. That's like a very natural instinct for a dog. Luna, we have expressly made it so she does not leave the front yard in such an excited state ever. She used to do that. We do not do that. And so if we qualify these instinctual things as like getting hit by cars as like a problematic thing for a breed, like as like part of their instinct, then we need to like, I mean, there's like so many dog breeds that we should be reducing because like them getting hit by cars is like, obviously I know your argument is that the pit bull will hurt other people. That's the danger.
Yeah, significantly.
And so of course I understand that. But on a different point, so not about pit bulls, but on a point about raising dogs successfully and raising the right kind of dog and like what kind of dog you want, we should be like only breeding dogs that don't fucking get excited that go get hit by cars, or we should acknowledge that an extreme amount of training is just like mandatory, and like literally 98% of dog owners train poorly
by violence.
No, I think that's true, but the stakes are just really low for most dogs.
State enforced.
I mean, them dying, it's just them dying and then the family being sad. Yes, that's the
like
stake.
Seven babies were killed by pit bulls last month. Like it's just and like 100.
Yeah, but that can't just be the argument, because you could just start saying things like guns killed people in terms of suicides and stuff.
That's a good point. But when was the last time a gun bit you and you couldn't do anything about it?
but you have to understand like a child with a gun in the house is going to commit suicide, and we recognize them as like not having like some level of developed conscious state to make the right decision. So that's like akin to having the dog in the house when they kill themselves.
I like the idea with a gun.
I like the idea of a pit bull killing itself with a gun.
Like, I think this is the right. I think this is the right analogy of pit bulls are like toddlers with guns built in.
It is, they're like loaded gun. No, they're like loaded guns.
Yeah, this is good.
They're
like a toddler with a loaded gun. Always.
Because
I think you're right.
So no,
also toddler committing suicide. I like that it was phrased. Not toddler accidentally shooting themselves.
Yeah. Well, no, I'm extending it all. I'm extending
suicide.
Because I'm extending it all the way to like 15 years old, 16, 18. Like that 10% of people in high school have tried to kill themselves like between the ages of like 14 and 18.
Sounds high to me.
Dude, look it up, and then it's something.
Not to John though.
And then no. It's like 10% literally tried and 20% had the ideas. So like 10% literally made an attempt on their life. You just look it up. But I know it's insanely high. It's unbelievably high. Yeah. I don't know. That's just crazy to me. But basically, you cannot trust a 14-year-old with a gun if he's not like, if his mental state isn't right. Everyone knows like that's an obvious statement, right? But like, I don't know, that argument for having a gun like not locked up in your household or something like that. I don't think that's a good argument for like why we shouldn't be able to own guns.
No, because I still don't think it's analogous, because in this case, the gun owner can act in such a way so as to make the harmful event impossible to occur.
So that would just be locking it up?
Yeah, he can just lock it up and it's done.
So you think you should have to do that?
My point is that the pit bull cannot be controlled.
Well, you put a muzzle, but that argument is like you just put a muzzle on them all day.
Yeah, that's a pretty good. Yeah, I think that's right.
But that's not true, because you wouldn't lock the gun like in the average household. You wouldn't lock the gun up all day, and you wouldn't expect that out of someone at all times, I think, or at least you wouldn't make that like illegal. Like that's not mandatory, right? Just because you have someone young in the house.
Yeah. But this whole legal territory is gonna become perverse.
So I think
just want to get back to the funny stuff, like talking about killing John's dog.
Yeah, we can drop this whole subject. Look, I'm drinking my Peach Edition Red Bull. I bought 2 of them.
Peach Edition.
They were on sale. I love this one. This is probably my favorite of the flavored.
Yeah,
it's Peach Edition, but it's watermelon flavored.
Yeah, Peach Edition.
Peach Edition
now with watermelon.
Yeah.
Nectarine.
Nectarine's good.
Dude,
Peach nectarine. The nectarines are so much better than peaches.
The apricot strawberry is the best one.
I'm gonna give you guys some drink statistics, some surprising drink statistics.
Okay.
As somebody whose job it is to stock the cooler
at a nearby drugstore, I am frequently aware of which things are bought the most often. Okay?
So these are gonna be more like drink anecdotes.
Drink anecdotes.
I see.
Wait, so these are drink stories, not statistics?
He's not. You're not reading. No, he's not reading stats. He's
I'm
gonna
not reading
tell
stats.
us
I'm telling
the Brody
you,
drink stats.
I'm telling
These are
you what
Brody
I think
stats.
is.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
this is how stats get made, right? So
This is
Yeah.
how
go on.
stats
Yeah.
get made.
Stats
People
are made.
Yeah.
refer to me.
Yeah, the
And
ones
I
that are
tell- and
published
I-
are
and I
just from
try and
older
think-
people.
People go
Yeah.
to Brody and ask him, so what do you think about
And
this?
yeah, so a roundabout. What do you think?
Yeah.
About like 70%.
Yeah, like the 73.4 maybe.
You like
All right, let's hear it, Brody.
The blueberry is by far the most
Blueberry what?
purchased. Red Bull, sorry.
Yeah, the blueberry coconut
Blueberry?
one or whatever.
No, just blueberry. I think.
Oh, it's just
Oh, the
coconut.
blue
It's
one?
the
Oh,
blue
you're right.
one, not the
That's
white
right.
one.
Right.
The white one
Pe-
is...
People love the blue one, and this conversation sucks. This conversation
Hold on,
sucks.
I'm gonna
Ed.
tell you
I think they don't. I
I
actually
love
so,
the blue
So
one.
I have a theory. I have a theory to explain that. I don't think they love the blue one. I think they
love the
buy
can.
the
Love
blue
blue.
one because they want to try. Yeah, they like the color blue and they want to try a non-regular Red Bull. So then that's the
but
first one everyone
The,
gets.
the regular
blue
Red
one.
Bull is by far the most popular. It's not even close.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah,
It's
but
not
like,
even
but
close.
but of the people that want to get a non-regular,
Yeah.
the first one they gravitate towards is blue.
Yeah.
And
I'm
they
just-
do that because of color of the can and there's just some. It
I
seems so
gravitate- I
agreeable.
gravitate towards oranges
Listen,
and yellows.
let
Usually.
me give you a John
I like the
statistic.
dark
I'm a
red.
citrus. I'm a citrus guy.
I like
Hold
this
on,
dark
Yeah.
I
red.
want to give you I want to give you a John statistic of the
Okay.
of the several gas stations and stores I frequent to buy Red Bull. The ones that are always out of stock are the white ones, the coconut ones, and the summer edition orange ones.
The white ones are popular.
Those are the two
Are
that
you
are
s-
always
wait, are
out
you
of
sure?
stock.
I've got
might
a
be-
choice
that might be-
statistic.
that might be a
I
local thing. That might
like
be-
blue.
Dude,
I
what if,
like red. Sometimes I like green.
what if
Listen.
what if the white is just? Do you guys just order not as many of them? I refuse to believe that people are preferring coconut like
yeah,
that.
listen.
Dude,
so
the
I'm-
coconut
like
one's
coconut.
one of
so
the best.
so here's the thing. I've had a big change of heart recently. Okay, so in my days of past, I have sometimes I would make decisions about what to buy based upon what is already been purchased a lot of, believing in the power of the people that they have made the best choice
This is
by
Right.
populace. So
Corrupt.
therefore
Yeah.
I'm trusting them.
It's a
like
wonderful
lots of people
way to
seem
make
be buying
decisions.
this one. Lots of people seem to be
Works.
buying this one.
It
I
must
should maybe
really-
give this a go.
Oh, I see.
Now-
Yeah.
Now,
I had the
what's
same-
really going on is that sometimes
buys $400
I
of shoes.
I don't feel like stocking things for a week, and I just didn't put it in there.
Mm-hmm.
And
So-
we have a lot of it in the bag, but I haven't dealt with it yet.
So
And that's
So you're
exactly-
now you
Correcting
know.
your
So
own
now that
statistic.
you're making everyone think that some drink
Exactly.
is
This
more
is
popular.
exactly like climate
This is-
science.
Exactly.
This is-
Yeah,
this
this
is-
is climate science.
I just didn't.
Yeah.
I just didn't really feel like adding those twos to that carbon
Yeah.
reader. You know,
Yeah.
so fuck it.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's a horrible thing to do, and we're all.
So for all the listeners, when you go to the store
If you're going to
and the blue is out of stock, it's probably Brody.
It
It's
does
probably-
no. It just
Start-
doesn't.
start
It doesn't
yelling.
necessarily mean that people like blue.
Yeah.
It could mean that,
Yeah.
but it doesn't necessarily. It's a lesson on stats in general. You know.
yeah.
You know what they told me. So the first day you get to college, the first thing they tell everyone is correlation does not mean causation. And
That's the first day. It was the moment I stepped foot on
Yeah.
campus.
you step on campus.
That's what
there's
my
signs
that's
up
what
in
my
the
dorm
dorm.
building was called.
Yeah. We had an RA that like got everyone together, and he was like, "Guys, I got two rules. One, respect. Two, correlation is not causation."
Yeah. Yeah.
I only engage in causal relations.
Troy, do you remember when we were in the dorms and it was just the thing to say "what the fuck" really loudly?
Yes. So stupid. Yeah. Like
I was
it's like it
thinking
was
back
like an
how funny
extension
it
of the
is.
penis game, but just like yelling, "What the fuck?"
Yo, what the fuck?
That's honestly
It's actually
kinda funny.
pretty good. Yeah, it's a fun,
Yeah, it's
it's
pretty
a fun
funny.
innocent joke.
Yeah.
All right. I have a good topic here. I've got a good idea here.
It's probably not.
I'm gonna start by making an observation, but it's gonna generally lead to a situation in which people have stories to share. Okay, and that's what we really need right now.
Stats to share.
Yeah, we're stats.
Love some personal stats.
Anecdotal stats. Anyway, I've been thinking lately, it is underappreciated. My father is the only person who ever really told me something along these lines, and even then, I feel like he didn't hammer home the point well enough. But I think it's underappreciated how like socially insane high school is, and how like basically after high school, like your life is not gonna be anywhere near as socially insane. Like even college doesn't compare to the like otherworldliness of the high school social reality.
Yeah, sure.
Or elementary and middle included, you know? Like the grade school, I guess. Grade school social reality. It's like so bonkers and out of whack. And like I feel like myself and no one else in that time had any conception that like this is not what life is going to be like. But like sometimes I just remember how like it's just fucking crazy. Like you're so close with so many people and there's so much weird like dynamics at play.
And it's also like the first time.
It's crazy to think about how crazy it was.
Yeah, it's also like made even more insane because it's like the first time you're trying to have like certain kinds of friendships or like relationships too, and so it's like you also. So it's like not only are you experiencing these relationships for the first time, but they're also like way more intense and extremely different than they will be after high school.
Yeah, like it sets the stage for what you think relationships are and what like social reality will be like. And the story this leads into is never mind. I was gonna think of some funny joke, but I couldn't think of one.
All right,
something horrific.
I'll pick up.
But I will say at lunch in school we had a big quad, a big plaza in the center of the school.
Was it loud?
And one day this kid,
bomb.
This kid goes and he jumps off the roof of the building into the quad head first, in front of everybody. What? And that's not a joke.
No,
and he lived or died?
No, he super died. Okay. It's like a 3-story, 4-story building.
I didn't know it was 3 or 4 stories, and I didn't know.
No, I wasn't there. I wasn't a witness to it, but it did happen. Real. Yeah, this is real at my school. Happened.
Gosh.
Holy fuck!
And then there was all this anti-bullying stuff, that all this crazy stuff happened, and they started like an original school play called the 22% because they did some poll after the suicide. And of course, like lots of kids kill themselves, I mean, not actually lots, but like, maybe once a year or something. Someone
more than should
for young people.
Yeah, more than should, of course. I mean, obviously, like 99.999% of youth suicides shouldn't occur. But anyway, they did a survey.
Like if Harvey Weinstein was a kid, and we knew later on that he would use his role and power in film
I would
and
have
cinema.
Personally pushed him to the edge.
Yeah, it would be. It'd be the ethical decision to bully him to suicide.
Yeah, if I was in high school with Harvey Weinstein, I would have bullied him. I would have shoved him around a little bit.
Yeah, would have shit in his locker.
Yeah.
Anyway, they did a poll of the students. We're asking like, do you feel safe at school? And 78% said yes, and then they're like, oh my gosh, 22% say no.
Safe, huh?
Anyway, apparently this kid was not actually bullied, but
would you have answered yes? Would all of us have answered yes?
I think it's obviously not a great question.
Yeah, I know, but like I would have said yes, right? Like you guys never.
Of course.
You guys were never fun days.
Feel safe.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I can't. I mean, I don't even believe the 22%. I'd be like, get real. Maybe like 10% of the 22% have any reason to not feel safe.
What if right underneath the word safe, there's like an asterisk, and it's like infinite jest. So you go to the end note. And the end note is just like a 50-page long explanation of the Holocaust. And then you have to turn back to
Yeah.
and it says,
Then you get 100% yes rate.
Yeah. Do you feel safe?
Yeah, there's a thumb note and it goes to a hyperlink to like Showa, 15-hour Holocaust documentary.
Do you feel safe?
Yeah. Do you feel safe? It's cool.
So now, do you actually feel unsafe or?
Yeah, make them watch Come and See.
Showa.
Yeah.
Yeah, so true.
Like, I'll tell you what, on this whole like in like the social world of high school and things like this being insane, frankly, my social life in high school was not really that crazy, and especially compared to people like Stevens and things like this.
And mine wasn't crazy, obviously.
And his wasn't even that crazy, and mine was even less crazy, right? Like, I kind of just hung out with like maybe 5 people, right, in total, and then like I still talk to most of those people now.
Yeah.
So really my life isn't a whole lot different. In fact, my life socially is crazier now. I don't get that much social interaction. In fact, I get basically 0 social interaction in college.
But it's through online. Online spheres.
But working in retail has reintroduced some goofy little drama.
Pussy.
And seeing this from a distance, I'm not gonna lie to you, it's fun to watch it happen. Even though I don't really take part in it, but seeing people, well, actually that's not totally true. In fact, okay, hold on, I actually think I might have lied, because people come up to me after work or when I'm coming in and they go, "Do you know what Yoli just told me?" And I'm like, I don't want to know. Don't tell this to me. I don't care.
No, you have to say, "Oh my gosh, what?"
No, I don't care. Anyway, yeah. So in fact, my social life is effectively the same / more so because I work retail.
I don't think it's a big claim to say that I had obviously the craziest high school experience of anyone here.
Mm-hmm.
John might have.
I mean,
John
I
seems
don't.
like
I mean,
he
I
had
don't.
a
I mean, I
crazy.
don't. I mean, I
Yeah,
don't.
it
I
looks
don't
like
know
he was
what
doing
Troy's
lots
high
of things.
school
He was
was
super
like,
popular.
Huh?
John was super popular. And
I mean,
stuff.
I don't.
I was super popular. I was huge, dude. I was huge.
I don't know, bro.
I mean, yeah, I don't know what Troy's high school.
Yeah, I don't know what
Which is
Troy's
crazy.
blowing about right now.
What are you talking?
but-
You actually.
No, Troy's definitely right.
Troy's
I think, to some extent.
Troy's
I
was
think-
crazy.
Troy
dude.
was captain of the football team. He came in with.
Oh, I didn't know you were captain.
No, I was not captain, but I rolled with, like towards the end I definitely isolated, but like it was such a big group. It was very much like, and this is like a, middle class, upper middle class population, but like parties and drugs and suicides and like the popular kid, like the big football team popular whatever people, like
yeah, some euphoria
getting barred out, stealing each other's cars. Like there was almost a shootout at one of their houses between people who have no business engaging in violence ever in their lives.
Yeah.
Are like bringing guns that they've stolen from their dads, whatever, to each other's house because one guy thinks the other guy stole a Xanax bar from him, and then like blah 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 blah. And these aren't even like, I mean, they're obviously bad kids, but they're not like the bad kids. These are like, this is like the star-studded squad.
I mean, it's just
Anyway,
it
just
sounds
like
a
crazy
lot
stuff like that.
A lot of like ego posturing,
ego
threats, kind of walking around.
Do you guys ever almost get into a fight or anything like cool like that?
Oh,
cool. Like
I did. So
go ahead.
Okay, so in freshman year, it was actually the summer between freshman and sophomore year. I was participating in PE, right? And this was so I didn't have to do PE in sophomore year. And during PE, we were shooting some hoops. Me and another friend of mine who all of us know, right? His name starts with an E. He's becoming a doctor.
Whoa.
Okay, now.
Wait, were you friends at the time?
Of course.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I knew him since middle school. So we were shooting some hoops, and he kept missing the basket very badly, right? Just airballing the fuck out of it. Right?
Yeah.
Stepping behind the 3-point line, just breaking shots.
Yeah.
Okay? Now, there's these 2 girls standing underneath the hoop. Now, they shouldn't have been there, okay, we're shooting hoops now, and then she was accusing me of right because whatever, he was super far away, right, and I was kind of close, so they're like, what the fuck are you doing? Stop fucking like throwing the ball at us. And I'm like, and I kind of like stood my ground. I was like, look, I'm not the one doing it. He's breaking shots, but you shouldn't be standing underneath the damn hoop, right?
Yeah, bitch.
Right. And then so like it ended up being like this whole thing, right? And Dr. E, he just skedaddled. Right, he wasn't anywhere part of this, right? So I was in the conflict, despite me swishing every shot. By the way, just nailing them, right? So
yeah,
anyway, it'd be funny if Ennis was shooting half courts. By the way,
no, he was, dude.
So you're saying he's bricking shots? He's shooting half courts?
Yeah, no. And I'm pretty sure because
he's the worst.
You're like, sorry, ladies, my friend's terrible at basketball.
They started to get mad, and I have a theory that he then threw it at them intentionally. Okay. Anyway, so it ended up becoming this like huge thing, right? Like, and then like they ended up like stealing the ball from us, right, and all this sorts of stuff, right? And then about like towards the end of this summer session, this two fellas come up to me, one tall one and one short one. For all the listeners at home,
what are the names?
I thought you were gonna fight these girls.
For all the fellas out, for all the listeners out there, I am short, right? So he comes up.
All the fellas, only
Brody
the fellas.
is a dwarf.
I'm a dwarf. So the tall guy comes to me.
He's a mountain dwarf.
Hey.
You might actually know Brody from Big World, Little People, or whatever.
The Hobbit.
So he comes up to me and says, "Hey, I heard that you have beef with my little sister."
Whoa.
And I was like, I mean, not. He says, I have a proposition for you.
Oh, God.
Says, you can fight my friend, the short guy. You guys are about the same height. You guys can go to the bathroom. You guys can beef it out. So it ends up being her, like the sisters or the girl's brother's friend in order to fight me to like sort it out.
Dude. Yeah.
Right. Anyway, and then he says it's either that or you can go up to him and apologize. Go up to her and apologize. And I was like, well, I'm not gonna fucking fight this guy in the goddamn bathroom.
Yeah.
So I went up to her and I was like, hey, I'm sorry. And then he goes and he says to her sister, he says, now apologize back. And she goes,
okay.
And he goes, sorry, right? And it was sort of like the whole thing was sort of mid, right?
Yeah.
And then that was that. And I almost fought that guy. Found out later. E looked him up on Facebook. He's now in jail.
Right.
So you win.
Well,
so
yeah, you win. Also,
yeah.
So you're saying the
He's
short
getting
guy's
raped.
in jail?
You're having fun.
You're saying you're saying the short guy?
I'm recording a podcast.
Are you saying the
No,
short
the short guy's in jail?
Oh, the short
Yeah,
guy.
so I was going to say the only reason he's saying you can fight the short guy is because, one, that tall guy's actually a pussy. He's just using his height to, like, cope with everything.
Yeah.
Two, that short guy is probably an absolute psycho who's, like, saying, let me fight him. I'll fight him.
Yeah.
Yeah, he, like, pushed him on.
Yeah, super hyped to be instrumentalized by tall copester. Yeah, he's getting lots of beef in the bathroom now, I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
Zinger.
Soundboard. We need a.
Yeah, we do need a soundboard.
We need a soundboard.
Yeah.
What would the sound? What were you gonna play for that one? Like, I can't. If you're making sounds, I imagine you are.
I'm making a fart noise. Yeah.
Farts. Oh, this guy's getting raped in his fucking asshole.
That'd be so funny.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, don't rape me. No. Stop raping me. Stop raping me.
Yeah, part of me wishes that I have gotten to a fight in my life. Sometimes I went through a big phase of watching fight videos online, and part of me was studying, right? Because
you gotta catch your hand,
right? Because I keep having these fantasies in my head that I'm with a home girl.
Yeah,
I'm with the love of my life. Some fellas come up to her, press her. I gotta fight, and I have to win. Right.
Yeah.
Right. So I oftentimes think like I have to be able to fight.
Yeah.
And I have to be ready. And I have to.
Right.
Obviously, you don't.
Yeah, that's so evil.
There's
and
so many things here. One.
Look, fighting's obviously the last option, but I've seen videos. I've seen videos where it's been the case where you have to fight. They swing first. What are you gonna do? You gotta fight back.
Listen. I'm with you 100%. First of all, this is the obvious and universally experienced contemporary male issue of knowing avoiding violence at all costs is the proper route, and yet wanting some shit to go down.
Yeah.
Also, this is a PSA to everyone in the call and in the world listening. Buy pepper spray. It is literally so slept on. It is the most powerful thing in the world. Like, if you walk around with a stupid fucking knife, you're gonna get killed. I hope you get stabbed. I hope you get shot in the fucking head.
Troy is saying this having about a year ago. I was talking to him and he's like, "Do you keep any kind of like weapon on you or anything? Like, if you're like running the street?" And he's like, "Yeah, I keep this." And Troy's like, "Yeah," and I'm like, I don't actually have anything that I carry around with me usually, but like I was thinking about buying some like mace or pepper spray or something. And then Troy's like, "Yeah, I have this little knife on me." And he has this. He had a stupid knife on him for. Dude, this was a so when was this change? When was this?
The change probably a year ago. Okay. Probably the second after that conversation.
I thought you carried around like a little blunt object on your keychain, don't you?
I was about to say that. So I used to carry. This is in high school. And maybe a little bit in college. I can't remember when I stopped carrying it. But dude, Google this if you want to know the most cringe object in planet Earth, even though it actually is really cool. It's a cool object, but it's like carrying around a samurai sword. It's called a kubaton.
Yeah,
and it's basically it's a metal rod with a slightly pointed tip, and like it will break any bone it comes into contact with if you hit like that.
Yeah.
So stupid. Anyway, so mace is awesome.
Yeah.
But I want to say that I have a similar fantasy, although right now I don't like fantasizing about violence. Like, is awesome, but also like gets me all hot and sweaty, and like I can't go to sleep if I think about it at night and all this stuff. Like imagining various scenarios. But the scenario I imagine, the scenario I imagine much more frequently now are verbal altercations. Specifically, here's the dream scenario. Okay. This is what I wish would happen to me.
I can manufacture this.
Even then I probably wouldn't want it to happen. But this is the fantasy. I'm grocery shopping. Okay, I'm trying to pick out a good like mango, some produce, and I'm picking up the mangoes. I'm touching them. This one's not good. This one's not good. Oh, this one. Oh, soft. Oh, on the other side it's hard. So I'm trying to figure out the thing, and then an old, like maybe like a 54-year-old, overweight woman, not crazy overweight, but 50-year-old overweight white woman.
Probably does crack. But on low key does crack. She probably does crack.
Does not.
But she's like
no way. Would never do a drug in her life.
Oh, she's not like on opiates or anything.
No. She's just a 50-year-old.
I thought she was whatever year old. All right, go on.
Overweight white woman says some shit. Says, "You gonna touch them all?"
Yeah,
and then you.
Or you're gonna get? Did you want? You're gonna grime up all the mangoes?
And then you say, "You look like a mango, bitch."
And then and then now I have just carte blanche, right? I can say awful, like I say something like, but I say something really cool, not like.
Well, what would you say?
Not where I spurg out. Well, the line I have prepared.
Hold on a second. Hold on. Okay.
I have a line prepared.
All right, good.
And I have it in all sorts of different fantasy situations where basically some totally non-threatening loser person says some insane stuff to me, right? Because if this lady said something to you like this, right, you're touching mangoes, trying to feel her tight, and she said something like snide remark, right? Insane, right? Who does that? But you have to respond in a way where you are so above them, but also want to insult them. Mm-hmm. I think I usually just say like, shut the fuck up, you fat bitch.
Yeah.
And then I just like take my mango and go, or like. Yes. Something like that. Like,
wait, what? That's the
I think that's. I mean, that's like the legitimately right thing to say. Yeah, it's
right.
It's not something.
Cool, you say something mean.
Yeah.
But you don't get emotional and crazy about it.
Yeah.
You just say something like.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like what? Like shut the fuck up.
Because you have to just try to make her feel bad and let her get more emotional and angry. And then imagine she follows you in the store with her phone out.
Yeah.
Oh, now what do you do? Now what do you do?
You act like nothing happened.
Or do you just turn in the camera and say it again?
Excuse me, do I know you?
Yeah, that's good.
No, sorry. You just called. What'd you just say? Say it again. Say it again.
Now,
you called me a fat
with
what?
her phone recording herself, she pushes you. while you're like trying to get pepperoncinis from a top shelf.
You then
you're grabbing a jar.
Yeah, you're trying to get
of
pepperoncinis. Because you have a really exciting dish planned.
And she goes like this to you. You know, she goes like that while recording you to get your attention.
Oh my god! Now you pull out your paracord monkey ball.
No,
right. So I'm grabbing the peppercini. She goes to push you. Right. You get a good grip. Back. Your arm is up in the air, right, and she's close to you. As she goes to push you, peppercini, you grab it, comes down into her face, right, breaks on her face, right.
And then you grab the hot sauce and you pour that in her eyes.
Yeah. Then you shit on her and have
there's broken glass on her face as she's on the ground, and you stomp that broken glass into her face.
Yeah.
Because honestly, you didn't know if she had something in her purse. You think she might have been reaching. You couldn't take that chance. You decided in that moment. You decided in that moment that you were gonna see your family tonight. You weren't gonna bet on this woman being a normal person.
So true.
So you had to do that.
But honestly,
no, I think realistically, if she pushes you, no, you don't do shit.
Yeah, of course, right. But
you say, ma'am, I don't know what's going on. You totally bitch out. You punk out. You go to store management. You say, look, this lady's crazy.
She follows you all the way to the front. What do? She's just pushing you. Oh, what if she just keeps hitting you? What if she hits you harder and harder? At some point grapple with her? Like, so what if she starts throwing punches on like the back of your head as you're walking away?
Look,
you literally
this
run.
Is a different male. Like, this is the ultimate male fantasy: is a woman assaulting you with a deadly weapon, like a baseball bat, which is like on legal paper, it's a deadly weapon. In the hands of a woman, it's nothing. And
just grab it.
You just, obviously that's a joke, but and you're in a videotape scenario where you can easily get your hands on that footage.
Yeah.
That's the real dream.
Yes.
Is getting to absolutely clobber a strange woman who's assaulting you with a weapon, and you have video backup.
See, I'm similar.
So that's good. That's when you throw the jar of pepperoncinis, something like this.
So that's similar. My fantasy though is a pit bull tries to take me out, and you're gonna lose that fight. No, because I have several knives on me at all times.
No, you lose.
And I'm going. So what you're supposed to do when a pit bull attacks you is you give it something like your leg, and then it'll lock down, and of course it's gonna hurt, and you might bleed out. You're on a timer. Oh wow, it got something bad. Oh, you're gonna bleed out in 5 hours. Okay, look, it gets your leg. It's not gonna let go. You just start stabbing it in the eyes. You just stab it in the eyes a bunch of times, the nose. And then you win. I mean, it's over. I mean, you can't fight you anymore.
What about?
You have to give the leg, I guess. Yeah, but dude, it's so gnarly. I've seen exact videos like this where the pit bull latches onto something and they start stabbing it.
Yeah.
And they literally have to wait until it's dead before it lets go.
Yeah.
And you're still you might lose your leg.
What about
you could.
Like Josh Brolin and No Country for Old Men. You're like swimming away from the dog. That part. He's swimming. He's got gunshot wounds, and then he gets out of the water, and then he pulls the pistol out, and he takes apart the pistol and dries it all off, and then loads it, and then it jumps in the air and he shoots it as it's in the air and lands on it.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, you do that except with the lady and Ralph.
Yeah, except it's the lady. Yeah. The lady's chasing you, and then for some reason your gun is wet. For some reason
because when you threw the pepperoncinis and it exploded, all the juice got in your
Dude. So what's up with concealed carry?
Your gun's covered in pasta
sauce.
So it's concealed carry, just
concealed carry is the way to go.
I mean, I've heard that, but I've also heard it's just better if you could just open carry.
No, wrong.
It's better to live in a state. I've heard it's better to just live in a state where you can open carry, and it's just everything in general is safer because having the concealed gun changes everything.
Yeah.
This is no. This is the stance, and I think it's non-controversial. If everybody open carried, this would be possibly preferable. The problem is open carrying makes you a threat.
You're right. Yeah.
Open carrying makes you Open carrying, I think, is way worse, both socially, or at least you're an obvious threat to anyone who wishes to do harm to someone else, but also I don't know, it's good because you bring a gun into the equation and everyone knows that.
Yeah.
So everyone acts accordingly. So concealed carry, people will act.
Yes.
Yeah. If you're concealing, people are going to act like there isn't a gun around, but there is.
Right.
Which is not good.
Well,
but concealed carry, you're not a target. For whatever,
you're not a target. Yeah, so concealed carry is a self-preservation thing, but the one issue with the concealed carry is as soon as you brandish it, and an altercation has broken out.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, I'd rather have it, but now it's I don't know, people will have instigated violence, not be willing to retreat because they're fucking stupid, psycho, drunk retard. And so now they're in this altercation. You miss a shot, they're gonna do what they can to kill you, or like get the gun. Whereas if they were just like mildly drunk skits, they might have just like not done it at all, right?
Yep.
Yeah, for sure. But you don't brand. I mean, unless it's like a real situation.
Right, situation.
I think you don't brandish the gun at all. Like people are fighting, you let them fight.
No,
it's only
this
when
is like
someone.
This is right. So this is someone walks into a store, quickly looks around, does like a check, and then pulls out their gun to rob the store. You're just a passerby in the store. What do?
You shoot him in the head.
Okay, so the what if they had? So is that actually preferable than just having the open carry and them choosing a different store to rob? Or do you think they would just kill you right then? Do you think they would kill you before you could brandish the gun?
Who knows? But I think the odds of you just getting shot immediately go up like 1,000,000% if you're open carrying.
You think? You don't think it dissuades them?
No, I think on average it'll probably dissuade them, but your odds of getting shot off the bat when you're concealed carrying are like essentially zero, and once you're open carrying, the odds go up. I'm not saying it becomes more likely than not that you get shot. I'm saying
I'm saying as soon as you pull out, so this guy's now robbing the store, and you didn't dissuade that situation, assuming it could.
Are you open carrying or closed carrying?
You are concealed carrying.
Okay.
So he chooses to rob the store at gunpoint now, where he might not have before. This radical escalation is in some part attributable to the fact that you did not open carry, which would have dissuaded it, which would have not put you in a lethal situation.
Well, but I think it makes that person's like reaction, like they can either choose two things. If somebody's walking to a store and they see a guy open carrying, now they either are dissuaded or the first thing they do is kill you.
Yeah, right.
So it's like, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I think,
but it's like, it's like, imagine the mindset of that person. Like, he's gonna kill this guy who's open carrying, then hope that the store owner hasn't had time to pull a gun or do something.
Yeah.
And like it escalates the insane amount of problems that they're taking on if they were to just kill you first. Like their goal is to not kill anyone.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, they probably aren't interested in killing anyone if they don't have to or something.
Yeah.
Right?
I would definitely prefer a situation wherein violence occurs, but it's not directed to me, versus like violence is less likely to occur, but if it is going to occur, it's much more likely to be directed at me.
Yeah.
Also, I think maybe the problem, like, obviously in real life, like, right, places that have open carry also have concealed and yada yada. Yeah. I would probably prefer a situation in which concealed carry is near universal than where open carry is near universal, because if open carry is near universal and you walk into the store and no one's open carrying, you feel empowered versus a concealed carry culture.
Yeah.
Anyone, whatever.
If it's like well known that everyone concealed carries. Yeah.
Yeah, like I think that is that's way more of a panopticon situation.
That's like that doesn't really exist though, but I agree. Like that would be the ideal, right?
I think it in various places
because concealed carry culture. I've never even really heard of that. Like concealed carry is basically. I thought that was like the option that you choose in states where open carrying is extremely difficult to do.
No, you have states like, I mean, I think in states where open carry is legal, I think concealed carry rates still are greater. Yeah. Like, I don't think Utah is like the biggest concealed, place, like probably some places in Texas and whatnot, although that might just be a trope. But like, I feel like when I go to, I mean, John can speak to this too, but when I'm in Utah, I think if you go to like a big enough store, there's like, it's almost certain someone in there has a gun.
Yeah.
And open carry is still pretty popular. And I also want to put on the record that I may or may not have concealed carry before, and it's fucking crazy.
Dude, it seems like it would be absolutely crazy. Like, it would feel so insane.
It feels pretty insane. From what I can gather, it's, you get used to nothing happening, and things become less and less insane.
Yeah.
But it definitely is an insane period of time, especially in the beginning.
Okay, but how insanely evil, not to get political, Keck W.
Yeah.
But how insanely evil is the fact that no one on a college campus has a gun except for like a police car that might not even be allowed to have guns because some campuses are so insane.
Bye, Brandy.
Dude,
how evil is it?
Because remember, I think while we were going there,
they
in the
were
wake of something. They were trying to
the Senate.
Yeah, they wanted
the school Senate
they
had
wanted to
a
de-arm the police. So now, literally, not a single person on campus has a gun. That would be the goal.
I think. Well, I'm actually on board. I don't think cops should be allowed to have guns, unless.
Just, dude, there has to.
I can't think of a funny enough joke.
But it's just so insane to me that there'd be an environment that just actively says there's no defender here. There isn't a single party that's in charge of any defense here at all.
Listen, in this vein of thinking, everyone's talking about ways to make schools safer, single entrances and blah, blah, blah. And on an unironic note, that's obviously the dumbest idea ever. But what we aren't talking about, and what the obvious solution is way more booby traps. Kids need to be walking to class and know that they're there's like a Bluetooth landmine under each tile in the quad.
I like that.
And once a school shooting situation gets activated, right? Anyone who
is not in
I don't even know
in the classroom.
How about
the shooter's TikTok will get geolocated and tagged, and when that TikTok account comes into proximity with a Bluetooth landmine brought to you by Hasbro, he's gonna get nuked.
Yeah, brought to you by Hasbro, the Nintendo drones.
We need tripwire. We need tripwire around every corner.
How about
we need big rocks?
How about as soon as there is a school shooter on campus, everyone has a chip in their neck, right? All students. Everyone just starts dying one by one randomly until the assailant is caught and apprehended. So it forces everyone to have a fucking fight instead of flight response.
I see. Yeah, it's you're putting them into an artificial plane situation.
Is it done by
right? Because if someone pulls out a gun on a plane,
it's done by
everyone knows.
It's by weight.
So you need to Actually, why don't you just put the school on rockets? Turn the whole plot into a plane.
You gotta isolate the situation.
Yeah, isolate them
10,000 feet in the air.
Yeah,
someone takes
zero exits and entrances.
Like a bubble forms.
Single entrances. How about no entrances?
And guns get dropped out of everywhere.
A giant glass dome comes up, and then gas just fills everything, and everyone passes out instantly.
That's not a bad idea, actually. Just instant glass dome and some type of non-lethal gas.
Yeah.
But it's discovered 30 years later
that it
increased the rates of prostate cancer by 7%.
Yes.
It's so true.
Yeah.
That really is how life
is. That really is.
I'm going to try this new toothpaste. I heard it whitening.
I heard it prostate cancer.
Turns out you just consumed medically debatably negligible amounts of cesium-265.
Yeah.
The jury is out on whether you gained a 1 to 3% increase of contracting a condition that has a 4% chance of occurring.
Yeah. And has
an 8% white smile.
And has like an 8% lethality rate.
Yeah.
So it's like you get this illness that's like very treatable, except for in extreme cases.
Is this really worth your teeth being whiter?
That's why.
Because you might.
That's why I don't eat.
Yeah, for a 1.7% in a peer-reviewed study increase in whiteness as perceived by your peer group.
Yeah.
An increase in whiteness,
whiteness of your teeth. The study showed that
my mom
teens between the age 16 and 19 found men who used this toothpaste more attractive on a just barely statistically significant rate.
They found them more white,
more fuckable.
My mom, two things. One, I'll start with the first one, which is she was trying this one toothpaste a while ago. This is years ago. She was trying some toothpaste that basically killed her taste buds for like months. She couldn't taste anything.
Really?
She was like pretty scared.
Holy
I say
fuck.
months. It was probably
Was it prescribed?
more like a week or two. Yeah, it was prescribed. So she got off of that. And then
What was it prescribed? Like a sensitivity paste or something?
No,
or?
I think it was because she has always just had.
She tasted too strong.
Yeah. No, she always had like just teeth issues, and she wanted to try something more intense to protect the enamel because she gets cavities even though she like brushes all the time and stuff. So I don't know, just to combat some genetic thing. But That's side point. Okay, who cares about that? That doesn't matter. The non-racist thing that I'm about to say is, she went to Africa, in like the 60s or so, something like that, 60s or 70s. She went on a fucking Africa tour.
Yeah.
Just solo, aka with like a travel group, but no, just her. Like she didn't know anybody aside from the organization itself,
Yeah.
And she went and saw the giraffes and everything, and cool, lions, whatever. That's like awesome, but like, isn't that crazy, dude? I don't know.
Insane.
That's pretty fucking crazy. She's like somewhat middle of life, like young middle of life, probably like 30s or like late 20s. I don't know. I wouldn't do that, obviously, but now things are all different. But like, I would not do that solo.
Yeah, things are different. Probably wouldn't do it solo. Honestly, when I was younger, I'm old now, but when I was younger, I used to have this image of travel,
Mm-hmm.
It's like, oh, I'm going to see the world. I'm going to do all this stuff. I'm going to, and like, I almost might become sad considering I might not go to, Uganda. Like, oh, am I ever going to go there? Like, what? Like, all this stuff, And maybe this is like a type of novelty-seeking thing more generally. But now I think, why the fuck would I go to Uganda? Like, Uganda's not even that bad. Like, why the fuck would I go to, some place where...
Most places.
Are you trying to say something?
Yeah, a lot of...
So you're trying to say
I'm just saying, like, my desire... Yeah, basically like an unsafe place.
Right. Like, why would I go to Venezuela?
I don't know. I still think it'd be cool, like, to go... Right, you still want to travel and you want to be adventurous and you want to, like, engage in some risky behavior, right? Like I want to go to China and I'm going to feel fine eating the street food, knowing damn well, like, the odds of, consuming gutter oil are, like, non-negligible.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know why, like, maybe I'm just making some type of exception for, like, the Asian countries, but, like, I don't know, like, I don't know if I'm becoming, like, a anointed baby, or it's like, I'm only going to go to Europe, and I'm only going to go to the countries that have proper medical facilities within within at least 50 miles of where I am at any moment,
That sounds like extremely reasonable.
Yeah, it sounds reasonable, but at the same time, it's like, what, so I'm just, like, not going to go to South America?
No, because a lot of South America is that way. They have hospitals.
I know, yeah, but like,
well, if I went to South America,
you know what I mean?
No. So if
like,
I went,
I just feel like I'm becoming
if I go,
like
if
some way too reasonable middle class,
Yeah, but well, it is just stigma if you think that. So just wait. Would you go to Brazil, firstly, or does Brazil qualify as like too potentially dangerous?
Brazil is a place that, in my mind, strikes me as like. Right, and we're not talking vacation. We're talking travel, right? Right, like of course I'd go to some Brazilian all-inclusive resort where you basically just like,
right.
We're talking about real travel.
Yeah.
Honestly, right now I'm strongly averse to going to Brazil. I've seen way too many live leaks.
But don't you think?
And they all are in Brazil.
Sure, well, no, yeah. But don't you think you could just like avoid really bad parts of Brazil?
Yes.
And even within like a major city, you could just avoid the bad parts of the major city if you did a bunch of extensive research at a time. Yeah,
for sure. This is like what I like. My instinct is like I'm averse, but I know on paper like it's totally fine. And for example, I went on a big like a 20-day backpacking trip through Costa Rica, where I surfed from like top to bottom, and I stayed away from like basically the major cities because that's where like things were spooky. And I mostly just chilled in like these really small towns. And even then, like I was in this town that was like legit poverty. Like most of what I saw in Costa Rica, like I was still in like semi-popular touristy like coastal towns, But I went to this place, I stayed in this town for a couple days, and like, it was like an Airbnb, but it ended up being like a legit wooden hut with like, nothing, right? And these people are like insanely poor. And we went to there's like 3 bars, and we went to one and we were dancing, and then we go out front and we're hanging out, smoking cigarettes. And out of the fucking shadows comes a guy. He just comes out of the shadows with a bottle, smashes this dude on the face with it, breaks it on the guy's face, and then stabs him in the face. And this is like literally
this happen?
This is 6 feet away from me.
Holy fuck!
What?
6 feet, dude. And this is a town.
This story.
I don't know.
Is that's the most murder story you have, right? Where you witness someone just straight up get murdered.
No, so I mean, he didn't get murdered, but as far as I'm aware, he might have died. Anyways, out of the blue, like we're just chilling in front of this bar. We were doing salsa dance stuff. We come out, And I'm telling you, this town is like, I don't know, like it is almost what you imagine when you think of like third world poverty type stuff.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, guy smashes the bottle in the face, stabs him in the face with the bottle. Immediately, you know, like it happens so fast. The guy reacts, right? They step away from each other. Guy with the bottle's ready to rock. Guy with the face is like ready to rock, and then instantly realizes like half his face is like hanging off. He's starting to like pour blood, you know, and he just is like, and just runs off, right? And this is not like there's no street lights, you know, it's just the light of this bar, and you're basically in like not the jungle, but you know, something like this.
I can imagine.
And he just goes out into the darkness, you know. I don't know where the closest medical anyway. So like,
Yeah.
I see.
like that's fucking crazy.
Yeah.
And I don't. It's mostly just an interesting story rather than making any kind of point pertinent to what we're talking about.
Well,
But
it's pertinent in the sense it's like I agree.
I was giving this as a success story where I did avoid like the major areas people consider dangerous, although it might have been a thing where most people don't even go to these small places. They only go to the big place, and then they're like, oh, stay out of that dangerous spot. And then I think, oh, that's the dangerous place in Costa Rica. Anyway, the trip was fine, and we were never really in any danger other than that. And that still, it's like the people who took us to the bar were like, oh yeah, they've been beefing, and like it was like not a big deal to them that this like crazy act of like life-altering violence had just occurred.
I feel like you'd want to just stay in like some opulent part of town.
Yeah, but then you're not really traveling. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, I see. But then you just like go other places during the day, and then you come back to your nice little opulent place at night.
Yeah, maybe. I guess, but I still think that is essentially like
that's like fake travel.
A little more vacation, right? Like you go to the resort, and then they have excursions. Oh, the package comes with an excursion a day. We're gonna go to the excursion. You get on a bus with all the other losers.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't want to travel in South America if that's the case. If you mean like you're gonna rent a car or something and like drive.
Well, yeah, maybe you rent a car. Maybe you just backpack. You stay in like a local place.
Yeah.
Right. You try the local towns, the cuisine. You hang out, get to know an area, all the stuff. Like you actually, become embedded in the culture for a period of time, and
Yeah, I would
get a sense for what's going on.
Yeah. Nah, I think it's just more dangerous there.
Yeah, I mean it is, right?
I mean, I wouldn't want to do that in New York. I wouldn't want to like immerse myself in some ass crack neighborhood in New York for like a week. I'd want to stay in nice places in New York.
The best Costa Rican town, the best South American town is like the ass crack of New York. Yeah. Even then,
do you know what I mean? No. Because I'm saying I would want to stay in the best Costa Rican town.
Troy, what you don't understand is that
But I'm saying the best towns in South America is probably different, right? But like in a place like Costa Rica, the best town is the best town because it's a tourism town, right? Like they don't have like some, they have a city, maybe two.
Yes.
Wherein like they have an actual self-contained thing that isn't just tourism, but like it's still basically.
Yeah.
You know what I
mean? I know what you mean.
But you go to what's the place in Chile? I want to go there. It sounds tight.
Well, no. So I think having these like
can't even name it, but
I just think I think having I don't think it's fair to say it's not traveling if you do this node thing. So like you stay in a nice place, you have a nice room, safe place, and then you go travel for a whole day. Drive for like 2 hours out in one direction, 3 hours in a direction, hang out 2 more hours in that direction, and then drive home or spend one night away from that, and then drive back, and then have this kind of like node-based traveling where you never super giga immersed in like some rural place. You always know where you are on a map.
I'm on board with this. I'm on board with this. There's a way to do it that isn't just straight up tourism.
Yeah, because when you say tourism,
I imagine.
I
think they should be executed.
All right, yeah.
Right.
I think maybe they should all be raped.
I have to go to work in 15 minutes.
Oh damn!
It's over.
I'm just saying.
I
think no, it's because a lot of people go to Mexico and they're like super excited to go to Mexico, but all they really do is go to like, what's that one place that he went? Tulum,
Cancun,
Tulum? Sure.
Yeah.
I'm
going there next week.
And it's like that sounds kind of fun, but obviously that's not travel. That's what I imagine you're saying.
Yeah. I'm depressed
touristy.
about it a little bit.
Yeah, that's touristy.
Yeah, I'm going to Cancun like 2 weeks. It's not all you can eat.
It's an
all-inclusive resort thing. We're gonna go visit. We're gonna go visit the pyramids. Like the little, all this stuff.
I mean, that sounds
fun. But
like
basically, well, I don't get what we're gonna do. For the same price, dude, could have gone to Japan for a week.
Okay.
you know,
how crazy is that? You can go to all-inclusive resort in Cancun, Mexico, or you could travel Japan for a week.
I would much rather travel Japan for a week.
Yeah, for sure. Sounds way better. Actually traveling. I have to get this info out there. I don't know what the deal is. I'm sure there's some interesting backstory, but Japan has an enormous quantity of very nice, very affordable hotels. A hotel, like virtually anywhere else in the world, unless it's like, shithole place, right? But like any hotel that would cost like 100, 150 in Europe or the US is going to be like $30 in Japan. Like it's a nice hotel room and it's crazy cheap. I don't know why. I don't know why it exists, but like, yeah, hotels in Japan are crazy cheap.
There's dense livers over there.
It's so terrible.
Because they have hidden cameras in every fucking behind every mirror.
They supplement the room income with ads.
But
But
it's Japan though, so it's
awesome
I like those images where it's like US
ad,
like Times
and it's
Square.
like
you are getting
It's like Times Square. It's like capitalism marketing. Japan, a bunch of shit you can't recognize.
LED
so cute.
TVs, like every surface in the room.
Yeah.
You like buy ad space for the surface area of the objects in the room.
You're sleeping on a screen. It's hot as hell.
It's like but it costs $10 though.
On the topic of like where I would travel type beat, I would to me it depends very much. Like if someone was like, "Hey, do you want to come here? I'll pay for it. I'll go," unless like I'm like some serious life-threatening stuff is going down, and there's no shortage of those places, so I do some research. But if it's a little bit sketchy, that I'm all for it. Right, but if in terms of spending my own money to go someplace sketchy, if I'm spending my own money, I'd rather go someplace kind of nice. And
forget the money. Forget the money for now.
Okay, then yeah. I mean, like in that case, like
would you for free? You would travel to South Sudan?
I don't know. I mean, like
South
I don't know
Sudan.
what the danger. I don't know what the danger levels are like really. The thing
they're unbelievably high.
They're
like there is no government or something.
Yeah.
Or like the Congo.
Yeah, probably
like Republic of the Congo.
I like the idea of like, because I see these like videos right of like people traveling to places where you really should not be traveling to, right?
Yeah.
And I'm intrigued by these people, and it seems cool and fun, and I'd like to be these kind of people, right? But I'm also like I'd also like prefer not to die. So like,
or just contract some shit.
So
or just be in a heightened anxious state. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Like it's not even about the actual chance of death. Well, of course that's why you're anxious, but it's like just this perceived threat just kind of mogs your entire enjoyment.
That's why you gotta.
Well, at this point, if I'm going to someplace mildly
that's why you conceal carry.
At this point,
that's why you just stay drunk. That's why all the journalists are drunk all day. No joke.
If I was going to someplace like mildly dangerous or something. Like that would be the goal. Is you're like, I'm going to a scary place. Wow, crazy stuff happened here when I was there, right? And it wouldn't be for relaxation and having a good time. It would be like the whole mode would be different. And I'm not
expedition.
I'm not against that mode entirely, right? It's just a different level of enjoyment, quote unquote.
I'll pay for you to have a all-inclusive stay in Skid Row.
I have a.
You'll buy me a tent, right?
Sample the local cuisine.
Would you go to North Korea? Would you guys go to North Korea? All expense paid.
North Korea would be pretty.
I think
I would do it. They have those tours, and I would go on one. I just would not fuck around.
Yeah.
That's what's crazy, dude. Everyone,
you have to try to sneak in weed and sell it to the people who are.
This is topical with that
guy.
WNBA player.
Oh,
that guy.
Never mind.
Or
I was talking about
Dennis
someone
Rodman.
else.
Dennis Rodman.
No, not Dennis Rodman. The fucking the chick who is
WNBA.
Russia.
It's Denise Rodman.
Denise Rodman.
No. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? This girl. It's like big news. WNBA player brought weed to Russia.
Oh yeah.
And has just been sent into prison for like 9 years, but it's all fake because they're trying to do. It's kind of crazy. Like they're in talks to like negotiate a trade between some moron WNBA player and the U.S. is going to give them some like world-renowned Russian arms dealer. Like that's what the trade is. It's for this chick versus a Russian arms dealer.
That's awesome.
But it's like if you're stupid enough to try and smuggle weed into Russia, like
Well, what if that's
go
a
to
lie?
prison for 9 years.
What if she didn't
moron?
actually try to do that? What if that's all contrived though?
It's a setup.
Yeah, it's a setup.
Yeah, what do I know?
What if it is?
Whatever. Allegedly, this chick's a moron.
I mean,
the same thing with the North Korean, right? That guy who got beat to death in North Korea.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
he was probably like super chill.
You don't go to North Korea. You don't fuck around. You don't fuck around in North Korea.
Well, what if
he tried to steal? He tried to steal.
Dude, you're only gonna be in North Korea
poster.
once, bro. Like you're telling me you're not gonna mess around a little bit.
He tried to steal this like propaganda poster.
I don't
gets
doubt.
beat to death.
Yeah.
Obviously, does not deserve to get beat to death the same way this chick moderately deserves to go to prison for 9 years. She doesn't really deserve it. But it's not like I'm not gonna cry about this chick. Huh?
Weed is way over stigmatized.
Yeah, it's got medicinal properties.
Wait. Honestly, this chick. I mean, dude, the people in prison right now, Colorado legalized, white people.
Dude, but I don't know. I was thinking about the guy. Dude, it'd be so tragic if that guy was just set up. Also, the guy who stole the poster. Like,
I find it unlikely.
I agree.
I don't think that worked out for North Korea.
Dude, I don't know. I could believe it.
He admitted it on video, dude.
Yeah.
They have like a gun in his butthole.
Yeah. He's literally he's not even getting beat necessarily. He's just getting like injected with stuff every day while they test things on him. Yeah, when he gets back to his family, he just like dies in a coma like a week.
Testing things like their new hot Cheeto flavor they're trying to push.
Yeah.
Yeah,
their new Nestle ice cream sandwich.
Cheeto and cilantro.
You know? Yeah, their new polysorbate 3.
Yeah, they're testing Red 41.
Yeah. Troy, I have a question for you.
I got the answers.
At what point in your life did you watch 180 Degrees South and decide that you were going to travel the world and climb mountains? And did that happen? Did that happen to you?
I've never even heard of this thing
you're
talking about.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
180 degrees south. Never heard
such
of
a
it.
lie. You showed it to me.
But
he showed
the answer
it to me
is
in college. He showed it to me in college.
That's so fake. The answer is in high school when I started climbing mountains.
There's no way you haven't seen it.
I mean, I'm still into the whole mountain stuff, but like I totally was like, I'm gonna climb like the 7 peaks and all this stuff. And to be fair, that was before Everest became like officially bankrupt. But I don't know. I still want to climb all the big mountains. Probably just not the Tibetan Plateau ones, but like Africa, US, like. I think the biggest thing on my foreseeable future that I could even imagine actually doing is Denali.
So what'll happen once you do it all?
You're
gonna like run out of them, aren't you? Wouldn't it be better to just not do all of them?
Yeah, I'm not gonna do Everest or any of that stuff.
Like just do like a few of them.
But plan on doing them.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
that's good.
Like everyone's saying, you do like tentative like research.
Yeah.
The illusion of progress must be maintained at all costs.
Absolutely.
This is something we all know.
Do you know who I'm jealous of?
That's why.
Who are you jealous of?
I feel like you're jealous.
That's why I don't have a bank. That's why I don't have any money.
You're jealous of every director that gets extreme funding for their films.
Okay, this is true. But the other thing that the other person I'm jealous of kind of is you know who Josh Gates is?
Bill Gates' son?
No, Josh Gates. He does like Expedition Unknown and stuff, and it's kind of like semi-educational like quote like things where he basically goes and tries to the premise of most of his shows it's either like ghost hunting or treasure hunting, but the whole
you're jealous of this guy?
Yeah, but listen, the whole like
he's got leather band.
Yeah, but the whole like premise of the show is like some ridiculous thing, like we're gonna find the lost treasure of this or whatever. But then like basically he just gets to like
destination
travel the world like paid for by the production company and just like go to all these historical sites and like talk to people.
I don't know, dude. I heard Bert Kreischer talking about his time on the Travel Channel, and he said it's actually not that awesome. So,
yeah,
what the
right.
fuck was that?
That would be cool.
That was a fucking insane joke you just told. That one was.
I
like
thought that
crazy.
was a pretty good joke.
Well, I'm not saying it wasn't good or I'm not saying good or bad.
Dude, people say that shit.
Crazy.
Like you're in the pub drinking your craft brew, and your buddy's drinking his nice IPA, and he says to you, "Actually, I've heard a lot of the Travel Channel guys have come out later and said like they actually didn't like the gig and like getting paid to go to around the country eating all this crazy food all the time. So like I probably wouldn't do it."
Dude, what? You're sounding crazy right now. What are you even saying,
guys, man?
Dude?
I'm not skids. I'm not skids.
I don't know. So I've heard that if you go to all these like Travel Channel guys and you ask them after the fact whether they feel okay about like whether they're glad they did it or not, a lot of them say that they're not super interested in it because like it didn't. I don't know. I don't know. They lost a lot of time in their life. They didn't have as much control as you'd like.
Yeah, I wonder in a universe where Sal didn't end up on what's that fucking show called?
Jokers?
Impractical Jokers. Like maybe he was like our generation's stand-up. You know, like he could have been. He could have been the top, and like we don't know because he got so drained and swampified by.
Dude, Sal and Q are on record saying that they hate children.
Let me also go on the record saying I have met and interacted with Sal and Q.
Oh, but the two worst of the Impractical Jokers.
I don't mind Q.
Do you think the Travel Channel?
No, not Q. Q's the worst. Who's the other?
Sal.
Who's the other? No, not Sal, not Q.
What? Joe?
Murs.
Joe
Murs.
and Mur are the funniest.
Mur.
Dude, what are you guys talking
Mur's
about?
like relatable.
Anyway.
Like you watching him and he actually looks uncomfortable saying the things they try to make him say, and you're like, that's literally me.
Yeah.
What about the
third
guy?
episode was unreal.
Okay, can we talk about something I know? Can we talk about the California Gold
Sal
guy?
was the biggest loser.
I didn't see that one.
No.
Yeah, he had to scream the N-word at like a opera.
No, he didn't.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, they don't censor it.
That's crazy.
You guys are so corrupt for talking about something I know nothing about. Yeah. And then I DC. Then you DDoS me.
And you DDoS.
Yeah. Can we talk about California Gold?
Yeah, did you guys ever do any kind of have you guys ever panned for gold?
I've panned for gold.
I have. Did you get any?
Yes.
Whoa, that's pretty rare.
Yep.
What'd you do with it?
It was in a little glass little.
Oh, I don't believe you.
It's gone now.
Oh, I don't believe you.
I'll tell you what. I panned for gold, didn't find anything, and then went into the gift shop and bought one of those little glass vials that has a bunch of gold flakes in it.
Hey, Troy.
I think that's what you did, and
dude, it's not impossible that I'm like sublimating memories.
Yeah, because you bought it so you could lie to people and say, I got this.
I wasn't intentionally lying. Something tells me what happened is I recall panning for gold, and I recall having this object, and I'm putting the two together. Right? I feel as though that's what's happened.
John, what'd you get in that Amazon package?
It is batteries. They're special batteries. They're special batteries made by a company that have a particularly low voltage. It's like a common shape of battery, but it's lower voltage because it's to power the light meter in the camera that I just purchased. That has not yet arrived.
Holy shit! You got a new film camera?
Yeah, I got a new film camera.
Troy, have you ever worked retail?
Yes, but not really.
Oh.
I worked in a Halloween store.
Okay.
For a little bit, and I mean that counts as retail, but I was like 14.
Okay.
I got a USA leather belt strap that I'm gonna put a buckle on.
I will say working in the Halloween store was probably like the most exposure I'll ever get to very low class people. Like it was like a Spirit Halloween store.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't get worse than that, I don't think.
It gets pretty bad in my area, dude. I don't live in a rich area.
What store do you work at?
Walgreens.
That's pretty bad.
Yeah. People. We get a lot of extreme couponers. About twice a day, they buy 5.
I love that.
They buy 5 small things of detergent.
Yeah, I'm on board with that. And because I just ran out of detergent.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure what they do is they buy it because they can buy like all these things. They end up buying it for like 50 cents, right? And I think they sell it to their neighbors and things like this. I think they resell.
This I don't believe.
You don't think so?
No, I think the extreme, like I think I've met a couple, and my stepmom used to be one. They want it. Like the whole thing is about them getting it.
So what was her? So because like I'm telling you, the amount of detergent they would have in their house is unbelievable.
Yeah, I've got. I don't know. I can't even imagine. Probably like 200 packs of toothpaste.
Yeah.
Yeah, they love it, dude.
It's crazy.
It's so cool. I love extreme couponing.
No, it's not cool.
Yeah, I think it's really cool actually. And I think at Walgreens, I think you should probably, if you want to impress your manager, maybe like get like a promotion or something.
Mm-hmm.
You could put glass into the like broken glass into the blood pressure test machine.
That's a good idea. Yeah. That way it helps with.
I love that machine. I used to do it all the time as a kid. So hype.
Put broken glass in it.
The blood pressure.
No,
Yeah, I know.
no.
You go to the grocery
Yeah, the blood
store and
pressure
stick your
machine.
arm in there. You're like,
Yeah, and every time, no matter how many times you do it, every time there's a split moment at the pinnacle of pressure where you start to think, is this dangerous?
Yeah, or like, is it gonna stop? You're right.
Is it gonna stop? Oh,
Yeah.
You're like, there's a moment of fear,
Yeah,
and that's why you do it again.
Yeah. I have to go to work.
All right.
So
well, we're gonna keep going.
You guys can keep going, but it's been fun.
All right, but I've got my best stories coming, so.
That sucks.
see ya.
All right, we'll see you.
Bye, Brody. Woman.
Bye, Brody. Should we do a break?
Happy birthday, Brody.
Yeah.
It's not his birthday. His birthday's over.
My birthday's over.
Yeah, your birthday was yesterday, so.
All right, goodbye.
See ya.
Bye-bye.
I have something insane to announce.
Holy shit.
So, there's a news story that is one of the top news stories on Yahoo News, and my footage that I shot is featured prominently.
Whoa.
There you go.
You don't want to out yourself too
Yeah,
much.
that's all I'm
yeah,
gonna say.
You don't want to get
I'm
fired.
I'm actually gonna mark the time and then maybe think about it and think if that should be
it's
deleted.
Yeah. Mark that time. That's incredible. That's very cool.
It's footage.
I'll tell you something cool. Something I've reached a new low.
Yeah.
And you may not be able to relate to this. I know Steven will be able to relate to this.
Dude, I
But
have.
sometimes when you're in a moment of low quality existence and you're faced with a choice, the choice is do something productive and good and get yourself into a higher state,
Mm-hmm.
or search Steam for a game to buy. Steven, do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Anyway, I just wanted to throw out there that I have spent $120
Dude, what?
this week on games.
Wait, that's actually skits.
That's bad.
I don't think I.
So hold on. So
I couldn't.
bought
Okay, yeah, go.
I bought 2 games. One of them I accidentally bought twice, and it's a $40 game. So
You refunded?
no. So what happened was I go, the game is like $50 on Steam. It's called Ready or Not, and it's like a SWAT simulator thing where
Yeah.
like you break in, you enter in, like you enter and clear homes, and it looked cool. So I was like, fuck it, like whatever. So I go in G2A, right? I'm like, I'm not paying full price, right? So I check G2A and I find it for like $35. I'm like, oh, it's a steal. Or $30, whatever. Anyway, and it just says, I don't read the details, and I buy it. And turns out, because normally you buy Steam keys, right?
Yeah.
Right. Anyway, turns out I accidentally bought this thing, and it's a Steam account
Oh.
that just has the game on it.
That's skits. I've never even heard of that.
I've never heard of it either. That's why I didn't know about it. So I was like, what the fuck? Like, I'm not going to log into a different Steam account to play this fucking game. So then I bought it again, but the actual Steam key.
Oh, man.
Played it for like 2 hours. It's in alpha, and it's like basically too bugged to play. Like, it's actually really fun for a while, but then like I had one moment where like 45 minutes of progress was undone by a bug, and then like another time where it's like the game is basically like anyway. But then I was like, all right, fuck that. So then I bought Sniper Elite 5, and that's actually been really fun. But I finished the campaign, and now I've been playing some multiplayer. But honestly, a third person shooter game will never be fun competitively. Like, it's just so corrupt. Everyone just like hides, but they can look around all the corners. So everyone does that and waits for someone else to, blah, blah, blah. So the meta in the game is to run around in circles, like out and about, because when someone scopes in on you, I love the idea of it, because like in when I used to play COD and stuff, right? Like sniping's fun, right? I always liked camping and sniping and stuff. Anyway, so you just run around, and if someone scopes in on you, you see the glint of their scope, and then you wait for them to shoot, but they're going to miss because you can run so fast in circles that they're only going to hit you 1 out of 4, 1 over 4, 1 out of 5 times. So as soon as they shoot, you scope in and shoot them because it takes about a second to rechamber the next round. But it's just like an awful meta, you know. You just go out there and run in circles. Someone tries to shoot you, you shoot them. You hit or miss. But anyway, so that's what I've been doing. And it fucking sucks. But I'm getting back on the good path. I'm developing a super secret project that I'm not telling anyone about because it's going to make me so unfathomably wealthy that like it's best that people don't know about it. But you might notice when some things in my place start looking a little nicer.
Are you putting chairs on your balcony?
I'm investing in the balcony business.
In balconies.
I'm getting this guy was telling me about buying units, and so I bought 6 balks, and then I'm gonna start taking the tax deductible income, right, and getting loans on that, so it doesn't count as income, and I'm gonna get chairs for my balcony.
What you should do is do what I'm pretty sure the guy I worked for is doing with his thrift store. It's an absolute money-losing venture, aside from the fact that he's partnered with a charity that's sponsored by the federal government and gives him big stipends.
Oh my gosh.
And I'm pretty sure all he's doing is keeping this money mostly to himself because he constantly gives people this absolute, like, extremely rehearsed, my brother was in the military. I'm an ex-firefighter. I got medically discharged from being a firefighter. My left foot doesn't work anymore. I can't do anything. I became a believer in 1983. And when my brother came home from Iraq and he was still alive, and I couldn't believe it. So I started this charity. He says this like 10-minute long story, no joke, 10-minute long, that he tells to absolutely every single person that literally they're just poking their head into the store to be like, you guys gonna be open soon? That's all they want.
Yeah.
And he's
got it on a speaker.
Yeah.
Like when you walk through the front door and the little laser detects your foot and it plays a little ding ding.
Yeah. That's a cue for him to
My brother was in the military.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm pretty sure he's just doing that to keep his story sound, because the more times he tells it, he can continue taking his medical pension. Like, he probably has this like partial apprehension about just how much, like, look, maybe his medical pension from the fire department, his medical discharge, maybe that's like totally reasonable and justified. Or maybe he got on it when he knows he shouldn't have because he made a full recovery. And now he's just sitting on that. Plus he's got this like federal thing going on in terms of the charity, like what he's linked up with. So all I mean to say is he has to maintain this fabric of identifactory memories, because they're both his income, livelihood, identity, and everything's built on this like tenuous sham of a life, if that makes sense, of lots of half-truths that become moralized. You know what I mean? Yeah, but I mean, you know, he paid me a little bit of money. I helped him out. I mean, I don't know. He's definitely a suspect guy.
Sounds like he's suspect. Sounds like you're jealous because he's on that grind and you're not.
Dude, one thing he tells everyone as part of his 10-minute lock it, you're locked in, like his fucking magnet tongue, is that he auditioned for Storage Wars. and then he says, like, yeah, I actually think I might have been able to get on there, but then I forget what it is, but he has like a convenient explanation such that he didn't fail. Like, there's a convenient explanation where it's like he couldn't take the offer type thing.
I'd kill myself if I ever told the story about how I almost got on Storage Wars.
Dude, yeah.
It's like I had Bitcoin before it went huge.
I heard
so
about
much
it.
worse because like Bitcoin, it's like, okay, you would have had $1 billion, but then with this, it's like I would have been on Storage Wars.
Yeah, you would have been an extra.
It's like, it's not even.
You would have been fake
worth
bidding on a unit.
Being, like winning that.
Yeah,
it's pretty funny.
I was almost on Storage Wars.
You
guys know I'm in a Kids Pop commercial?
What?
I do know that. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's so based.
Dude,
I'll have that. I keep that. I can take that to the bank.
You can take that through every job you have. You can tell that to any person you meet.
Dude,
can we please plan a hoax, dude?
I want to talk about the Steam thing real quick.
Steam.
Yeah, that you mentioned you're in the horrible state of mind of looking and browsing and buying games.
Oh yeah.
Dude, I actually the game, as you probably truly do understand, the true game is browsing the games and realizing they all suck and there's nothing worth buying at all. Dude,
I think this is true most of the time.
I click on this and I just scroll through the games and I'm like, wow, I don't want to play I would have to be so drunk to buy a game these days. Like,
it's crazy. Yeah, like the volume has gone up so high because like people associate like games and the ability to make them have entered the consumer's hands in some sense.
Yeah.
And so there's like this endless amount of indie games that are basically like dog shit, puzzle solving, platformer, whatever's.
Yeah.
And it's just like brain goop.
Yeah. Or tons of really bad battle royale games. Like really bad battle royale games. Tons of like really bad survival games. Like survival and crafting as a genre is pretty evil in the sense that it's got some of the most most games made in that style. And like by sheer volume, it's annoying as hell. I agree with the platformers are super common.
I think puzzle. I'll tell you what though, a game I bought somewhat recently, maybe a couple months ago, and played through was
The Forest.
The Forest.
Yeah, you mentioned that. Yeah,
dude, I actually stand by that. It was really really fun.
Yeah, I believe I believe that within any of these genres, even the whole platforming thing, there's could be some little fun ones and stuff, and there's some gold, in the dirt. But it truly is like mining. You go to Steam, and you're like literally just sifting through dirt.
Yeah, there is. It is extremely. I don't know what the word would be, like maybe depressing or soul crushing, like browsing Steam, looking for something that might be fun.
Yeah, and it's like I will pay the money too. Like there are so few AAA games that I would pay the money to enjoy. Yeah, so like the only game I've enjoyed is Elden Ring.
Yeah, did you finish that?
Yeah, I did. It was super fun. Let me tell you how many hours I logged in. Yeah.
Yeah, tell me how many hours you've logged.
I logged. Oh, it's on my other. I think it's like 100. I think it's 120 hours, which is pretty good for an RPG, like a single player game. It's not competitive,
Let me.
And by good, I mean insanely corrupt. But I paid $60, and it used to be my metric for a game, and I don't know if this is fair or good. Maybe this is what I would use for a lot of purchases, not just games. $1 an hour. Obviously, this doesn't work for like movies or books, But like, well, it kind of works with books a little bit because books should be giga cheap. But yeah, I don't know. Like video games, $1 an hour is pretty good,
dude.
Yeah.
Speaking of giga cheap books, yesterday, went to a local town fair sort of thing, a couple towns over from me, and there was a group of people selling it's just used books. Like it's like a fair, like everybody's just like has their own little tents or whatever, and they're just selling whatever, like bracelets or some garbage that they made that nobody wants. Some of it's fun, some of it's like weird, I don't know, but then this one is just used books. They just had tons of donated books, and it was $1 for any soft covers and $5 for hard covers, and then if you bought a tote bag, you could fill it with as many books as you want for $10. And they had like
holy shit.
And so
that's cool.
If only they had lots of. Did they have lots of cool books?
No, they did. It was primarily. It was mostly. I don't know. It was funny because you could see like the mixture of different people's like libraries, because there's like donate for it. So there's like
young
a
adult.
ton of it. The most common books were like Tom Clancy books and like World War II history, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
But they actually had a lot of cool stuff, and I got some interesting. There's a bunch of books on like acting and like a bunch of like plays and stuff, and in like within those books there's also like a bunch of like actually interesting looking books on like film too. So I grabbed some of those, but then also just a bunch. There's like a bunch of like classics. So I don't know.
Did you cop some classics?
I don't know. The GF went before I did and grabbed basically everything before
she
could look at it.
She bought like $80 worth of books.
Oh,
she bought eight totes.
Well, no, just one. It was just one tote bag. We collectively got one tote bag, but it was like.
Wait, you're saying she stole all of the classics from you? Is that what you're saying?
Listen,
that's kind of what you're saying.
She owns too many books, and I just like borrow her books basically. Like I don't buy most of the books I read. I don't buy because cool. She just has so many.
Yeah, that's fun.
Why would she do that? Why would books do that?
Okay, mark the time.
Dude, you just mogged Brody.
That's awesome though. Yeah, I saw you were posting some of that. Did you mark it?
I did.
Did I mark it? Why
Yeah,
you
no.
Control your evil.
Oh, sorry. Well, I was doing it, and then John said he didn't do it.
Oh,
okay. I got 55.
Go on.
40.
Oh, yeah, I'll be right back.
Yeah. Wait, are you marking it now?
Yeah,
are you sending it?
I've got it.
To B man. Okay. Yeah, I saw you were posting some of the film books. They look tight, but I wouldn't be a friend if I didn't say that you will never understand film until you read Adorno, who I have never read and have virtually no intention of reading. But I also want to say, on the topic of books, I used to have like a pretty negative view of like bookshelves that had a lot of books on it that the people hadn't read.
So
and now I'm almost
to not have books that you haven't read on your bookshelf.
Yeah, now I'm feeling it's like basically the opposite. Like you want to have a bunch of books you haven't read. It's not about a bookshelf, it's about a home library.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, because it's not. It's not some like. You're not. Maybe depending on who you are, it's not some like phallic object in your house to be like, wow, look how many books I have. It's like, it's about.
Well, you have to say phallic. You just say vanity.
Yeah, it would. What do you mean? What is still is relevant? Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
it's not like a car.
I think a lot of people do that.
I know, and that's what I'm saying. Is like depending on who you are, it's like it can be, but like I think that it is like practical and useful.
The true
and,
essence
like,
should be a
good
library
to own a lot of books, even if you haven't read like the majority of them. Like,
have we talked about fake bookshelves? I've had a couple conversations about it lately.
You buy decorative books.
Oh,
yeah, dude. Yeah, I've seen a bunch of them lately. Yeah, it actually puts me on suicide watch, dude. It's like
that's
like,
really weird. Yeah,
because it's
books.
It's exactly the opposite of what the bookshelf is, right? It's like I have a cousin who and they've got this bookshelf, and I'm not trashing them. Look, they're good people, but they've got this beautiful bookshelf that the guy built himself. It's beautiful, great wood, etc.
I know who it is. I met them.
Anyway, beautiful bookshelf, but it's got the only books on it. Okay, so it's really huge too. It's like 12 feet tall. It's like a whole wall, and probably 5% books by volume. Okay, maybe I don't blame you too much for that, but the only real books, as in books that they've read.
Yeah.
Are at the very, very top, out of the way, and everything that is like immediately visible is like a bunch of books that come in like sets.
Oh yeah.
And it's just about the palette and the title, right? So like you buy a bunch of like
editions where they all match, like of like the classics, like that sort of thing.
Yeah, kind of like that. Like but they only buy these books like basically they are like a literally decorative books. I'm sure if you open them, the book is there. But but it kind of drove me nuts because it's like what is so cozy and nice about a nice bookshelf is, to me, the books on the shelf, looking at it, picking one out, flipping through it.
I think it's also
having
it's
that.
Also cool. It's also cool like to have like a bookshelf that's got like obviously like every book is like different, like there's lots of different like
it's like a real
like different like design choices with like the covers and stuff, and it's like I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, we've got
it's an actual bookshelf, an actual library.
Like 10% of the books on the shelf are what you're mentioning. Like I think my dad had like it's like a set of 5 big ass green books. One of them's like several books by John Steinbeck in one, so it's just this thick ass green thing,
Yeah,
that you would never
like
want to read out of.
the Steinbeck collection.
Dude, it's just evil because you have 4 pages per page. You have like 4 columns.
Yeah. Oh, that's awful. You
Dude,
never
and
actually
it's
want to
like,
read that.
why on earth would I do? And then he's got the completed works of Shakespeare, and then he's got 2 others. One I think is a Sherlock Holmes combination.
Compilation.
Yeah, compilation. I don't know if it's all of them because I think there's
best Sherlock scenes.
amount. Yeah, dude, those books are. Dude, I want to talk about something that's going on that I remembered as I left my room. Dude, we have thousands of film photographs that I am in the process of trying to convert to digital.
Let's go.
And we've begun the process. The conversion process partially mogs the quality, although also the pictures aren't incredible. They're mostly like 35 millimeter. And so you're like blowing it up to this big ass resolution and it just starts looking a little fucky. But
how are you? Sorry.
What's the process?
I want to know how you're
experience in this domain.
Process is you buy this product that's like a few $100s. Ours is a Kodak one.
Oh, I know
that I could give you the name of. My dad. I didn't do the research behind this. My dad had already bought it, but he said that he tried one other one before it, and the quality was so bad, they decided to get this one. The quality's still not very good, but also it's difficult to say because the pictures themselves might not be that great. Of course, the film in its tiny little film, and you're just looking at the film, it looks incredible.
You're scanning.
Yeah,
you're scanning prints. Of the film.
Right. What? Wait.
No. You're scanning negatives.
No. You are scanning. You are scanning negatives.
This machine you have is scanning negatives.
Yes. You slide the film.
Oh, that's
in.
tight. I thought you were scanning, like you send the capsule to the place, and then they give you an envelope full of prints.
No, we have projector slides of this film that we then put in. You put the slide into it, put it in, scan it. You try and do a couple color grading and lighting things. You have like 2 basic adjustments, and then it takes a scan, and you get a picture. It's fun to see these pictures all blown up and stuff, but it's like they're probably. the quality just kind of sucks.
Well, dude, the negatives are, they're not negatives if they're like.
If they're slides,
if they're slide film.
Okay, they're not negative.
Yeah, but I don't actually know.
But they're not photos. But they're not photos. But they're projector slides. So they're just small things that you would shine a light through.
And 35 mil has like a lot of resolution. Like even if the pictures are like not so great, like they're like the only things that'd be wrong is like out of focus or bad exposure. But if those things, those things can get ruined by bad scans. But I don't know. I'm not saying. Obviously, like do it. It's like family photos. Like do what you.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough to say. I feel bad because you look at the, you put the projector slide over. We have a light emitting display, so you just put it on top of this, and then you can see it. And it looks, and on the projector slide, super tiny.
Yeah.
You need the little lens if you want to get a good look. The ocular
Goop.
thing. Yeah. Looks incredible. You're like, oh, this is so good.
It probably
such high
is.
quality. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
and then you take the scan and it's absolute like it's like you're just farting all over it, dude. And I feel so bad. So my dad's eyesight's like not very good these days, so he's just happy to have them.
Yeah.
Because he can't see them if they're small, Yeah. But I'm just sitting there like, dude, this is so depressing. This doesn't it just like literally doesn't look good.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Depending on how much this machine costs, I imagine
like
he looked into just sending it in somewhere.
Yeah, he looked into it. I think
you could just do that.
He I don't know what he used, but he estimated it'd be like a couple $1,000s to have it hold on.
Yeah.
But even they don't guarantee great quality. Like there's no guarantee of quality from them.
A good method, although time consuming, but you can send them in. Like I'm not exactly sure how they do prints, but prints are like really good quality. So like you if you had the roll, you send in the roll, get the prints back in the envelope, because those aren't like digital prints.
Yeah, one issue is I don't know.
No, I'm saying, but then you can scan the prints.
Yeah.
With you and I went to a certain school together. They have these like scientific scanners that I used to scan prints before. and you can scan a print into like 20K, and the quality is unreal.
That's really good.
So you could quick scan into maybe 4K images and the prints are really good. They're not, right, again, they don't convert the film to digital and then print the digital, I don't think. So then,
it depends on where you can. If you're getting prints, if they're printing from the slide film to photo paper, like, and they're doing this thing where they line it up and like project.
Yeah,
that would be so expensive. Okay.
So you think when you turn a roll into some local place and you get your little envelope of prints, you think they convert to digital and then print digital?
Almost certainly, yeah. So way faster, way cheaper, because then they can they can scan them in a matter of like. They can scan a roll or whatever in like a matter of, I mean, I don't know. It's all different if you have slide film. But they can scan a roll in like a matter of minutes, and then they can just hit go on printing. Versus like if you're gonna print each individual negative, it's like you have to like line it up and then like do a test, and then it's like a mess trying to do that.
I see. Steven, how many photos are we talking about here?
Thousands.
Oh man.
Thousands and thousands. Literally 40 years of an extreme photographer. My dad was into it.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
Well, what me and John are really worried about here, and where you and your family might be making the crucial misstep, is where are these files going? Because unironically, this is important.
What do you mean by that?
Like, are they going onto just some hard drive somewhere? Are they going into some cloud?
No,
basically some fake place.
No, so for now they're going into my dad's computer. He has a separate like external hard drive. We're just putting them there.
It's over.
And then we're gonna do something else with it after. Why?
Yeah, because you got to put that somewhere. Like you guys.
Well, I mean, what do you mean it's over? I just like copy it, put it somewhere else anytime I want. We just started doing it.
No, because I know, but if that drive fails, it's over.
Yeah, but I mean, we're gonna be in the process of moving them and copying them in different locations multiple times. We literally started yesterday.
All right.
Where do you think I should be putting them? On a cloud service?
You should give them to me. You should put them in a WinRAR, encrypt them with a password that you don't tell me, and I'll host them for you.
No, maybe I'll do that when I'm fucking even 0.5% done.
That's sick, John.
That is really cool.
I got a box of slides too.
Do you have a projector?
That's what I've been doing for my family.
I don't have a projector. I would love a projector. It'd be so fun to actually project them.
Is that the slides you're talking about, Steve?
Yes.
Does yours look like that?
Yes.
Oh, okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
My family sends me stuff, and I put it on the vault, and then I've also archived like 100 hours of Hi8 tapes from my uncle, and then I'm getting another DVD shipment.
Yeah,
soon.
What is Hi8 really? Can you explain that?
Yeah, it's magnetic tape.
Okay.
So it's like, it's not. I don't think it's film exactly. Maybe I'm wrong about this.
It's not. It's not film.
Yeah, it's not film. It's magnetic tape.
It's like akin
I don't
to,
know the
it's
science
like akin to
behind it.
videotape, I think. Like it's like the same.
Yeah.
Process.
Mm-hmm. Same science, same process. It's just a format. And I was sent like 100 hours of Hi8 tapes and another thing called like there was a format for a bit called like micro VHS, and it's basically the same. It's just a different like size disc or size tape cartridge. Anyway, archived it all. It's such a pain, but it was so cool. This guy's got like 20 hours of his like his kids just playing around and stuff and.
Great. That's so great to use, dude. You got to give me some.
Dude, get this. It was the same time. It was the first time I'd ever seen on video my parents married.
That's insane.
He had filmed a Christmas thing, like in 02, 03 or something. And so in order to digitize these tapes, unless you have like some giga industrial equipment. Basically play the video. You have to there's a complicated way to play the video, but your computer takes the video as input, and then you put that input in like OBS and then just record. So it gets digitized in real time. So basically, when I was doing it, like one of my screens always had like tapes playing. Anyway, and I was watching a Christmas one. I was like, oh, this is cool. And then boom, my dad's there. I was like, holy fuck, that's crazy.
Insane.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it was cool.
Dude,
and then I gave it, but then, when I archived it, I tried to do high quality, and I did way too high of bitrate, and so these files that optimally, like with zero loss and compression, would have probably been like 25 gigs, ended up being 400 gigs. And I gave it to him on a 1 terabyte thumb drive, and I only realized too late that like I doubt his computer, like his home computer, who like no one in his family actually uses, like probably can't even like hold that much stuff.
Yeah, definitely.
But I guess it doesn't matter because he doesn't use a computer anyway, and if you ever need something, I have it all.
If I this is like, I don't know, whatever. Like not, I mean, I don't know, we could talk about this more later, but like the, for scanning film, you do have a digital camera. You can buy a light tablet like this thing on Amazon. For like $40.
Yes.
And then
that could be a good system.
And you just need some way. You just need some way to hold negatives, and then you just take photos of them, and and that's like. I mean, I am thinking about investing in a system that'd be like a little more. I mean, like a little more permanent of like film scanning, and I'm convinced that like DSLR scanning, like scanning by taking pictures of negatives, is 100% the way to go for highest like quality out of.
At a consumer level,
yeah. Unless you're buying, but like even then though, it's like even like if you were to invest in like a semi-nice scanner that like would normally only be bought by like labs or like serious photographers, it's like you're still like really. I mean, the comparison is kind of like like DSLR is probably better. It's only at like the super high end that it's like okay, yeah.
Why not mirrorless?
Or shut up.
Yeah, dude. It's also just the method is just so slow. Like your method, like of doing, like if you were trying to convert like thousands of slides.
Yeah, it does. I mean,
also you're saying negative. Like, do you just mean a slide?
Yeah, I just mean a slide. Yeah, I mean like, but it would be. Yeah, I mean it would be definitely like a tedious process. I don't know how fast this thing is that your dad purchased though.
Oh, I mean it's fast. It's just tedious because you have to fucking pull one out, unload it, put the next one in, close it, slide it back in. But the thing is, if you're doing that for thousands, it's like it's AIDS.
Well, yeah, that's it. I mean, it would be the exact same amount of tediousness. But higher quality.
Yeah, I'm on board with that. I'm gonna try doing some of that potentially, but because we literally have a light tablet like that.
Oh,
but
dope.
Yeah. No, I was just gonna say that. For a lab, for instance, even if the quality was similar in terms of the DSLR picture scan, you know, just taking pictures of it, versus this other thing, like a scan, it would be about how much volume can you move, right? Like how quickly can you move high volume?
Yeah.
And I imagine there's ways
pushing weight.
And I imagine there's ways that you can that you could just scan way faster than fucking taking a picture of each one.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I have no idea, like, for slide film where they're, like, inside of little slides if there is a faster way. Because all the other ways that are, like if you're going to do, if you have, like, a scanner for 35 mil, like, usually you have it in a strip of negative or a strip of positive, like, color film.
But a strip.
But it's a strip, and it just feeds through it. Or it's like a thing where you cut it into strips of like 6 and you lay them out and then it does them all at the same time.
Mm-hmm. John, I'm thinking about buying one of those. I just sent you a link.
Steven sent you this and told you to link it, didn't he?
No. Did you talk to him about him?
Oh, yes, he did. No.
I talked to him about them.
The whole guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, they seem pretty cool. And like for me who like I don't really have an interest in like film photography, but I'm interested in taking some film photos. I need to take more photos in general. Just kidding. Video is king. Photo is so stupid. It was cool back before video existed when they realized you could put a bunch of photos together. But I was gonna say something else way more interesting.
Filming,
I mean the Holga.
It's a plastic lens.
The Holga. I've looked at a couple other like extremely cheap film cameras because the Holga's retard giga cheap. Yeah. Like. I don't know. So far, just looking at test images, the Holga is better than these other fucking shitters. I've seen some beater ones that just have this like really awful browning all the time. I don't know what really causes that. It's a what was I think? I think it was a Kodak $40.
The old brownout.
Like Kodak's like brownout. The Kodak like their like little point and shoot cameras they sell right now. Or what?
I don't know. Maybe I could find it. But it's just some model that's like a similar price point for film that's not disposable.
Yeah. I mean, it depends on. I mean, yeah, the Holga at least offers like manual control.
With the shutter, just
all right,
with the shutter.
I'm gonna buy a Rito.
A Rito?
Oh, that's what I'm talking about. I think maybe.
No. There's no way you're talking about this.
Which one?
I'm sending a link.
From products.
All right, I should just start. I'm gonna screen share.
Oh no, dude, these are sick.
Oh no, this is not the one.
But
the one I was thinking about was a Rito brand.
Yeah, these are fun. Like
this type of
these
thing.
ones are fun. They like take. Yeah, they take like three photos, and then you can make like a GIF out of it.
It's a debasement of the medium.
Oh, that's fun.
It's fun.
$90. So,
I know it's cheaper.
My dad I already told John this. The camera that I now have full access to is a Pentax K50, which is not a very expensive camera. For the time, it was cool-ish. It was just a digital camera. But it takes video. And we've got an insane number of lenses to choose from.
Whoa.
Which is actually why I'm excited about it, you know? And I am going to become photo video Steve over the next week. I'm going to turn into a butterfly. No, but I'm photo. I'm photo Steve, though.
No, dude, photo Steve is stupid.
No, I think we all need to appreciate poetry. Troy, you don't actually appreciate poetry. You just think you do sometimes when you see a cool poem now and then.
No, that's not true. I don't appreciate poetry, but I know that I hold it in high regard as something I haven't investigated to anything near a sufficient degree.
We need to investigate poetry, photography.
No, what you need to do is come over or I come there. You know, we just need to shoot video. I've got a camera.
Yeah, just come down here. Let's do it. I'll give you some lenses. Maybe they'll fit.
You have to write something.
Do we? We just get some footage of stuff.
Right.
This is why poetry's based.
Oh, I knew what I was gonna say.
Based because you don't have to have like this extreme.
Yeah, no, this is why photography isn't good because you see a great photo, you look at it and say, "Oh, great
it's
photo."
Insane how cringe.
And then that's it. And that's it.
That's weird.
Hold on, Steven.
Yeah.
You made a certain post recently. You posted some stills.
Yeah.
From a certain short film. Did you do that knowing it was the 1-year anniversary this week?
I didn't actually.
This week is the 1-year anniversary.
So I did know that it was the 1-year anniversary only because Snapchat told me. But
is that what prompted you to remember about it?
No,
or post anything about it?
No, because I've been talking with John for a while about just getting the fucking footage just to see what we had.
Yeah.
And eventually he sent me a rough cut, and I just fucking haven't had access to it. You know, I've only ever seen it through Discord.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, my take is the same as everyone's. It's just fucking horrible dog shit. So whatever.
Yeah. Good thing John and I have a fucking gem in the works.
Yeah, let's see it get made. Yeah.
When John decides to put it in the works,
let's see it get made. Oh yeah, and Brody's interview too. I hope we see that.
Oh my gosh.
That's already been made. He just needs to upload it.
No, I need to re-export it so that it.
It's just
not so big. I don't know.
That is a great dude. That is a beautiful looking interview.
Yeah, I like how it ended up looking.
No, this weekend I'm gonna be shooting some shit with Brody probably if he comes down.
Video or photos?
Just I don't know. Don't even know yet. But probably video.
Just
ideally,
art. Just beautiful art.
No, just gonna drive around. It's kind of whack to drive solo. I did a little bit, but you want a homie. You want a bitch by your side, whether it be a homie or a bitch. You need something.
Hot little bitch like Brody.
You need someone. You just need you need someone. You know.
Brody would probably have way higher success in this life if he became like a full blown twink.
I mean, yeah, he could probably get paid a lot of money. Yeah.
Yeah.
But that applies to like all of us.
Troy.
That's so true. Actually,
Troy, you're telling me that you are gonna make a movie without ever taking like a truly like great photo,
or writing a truly great poem,
or writing a truly great poem,
or writing a really great poem.
or not even great. You know, like that's obviously that comes with too many things implied. But like,
listen, I'm from the Tarantino school of film.
Yeah.
I just watched
I
films.
just watched lots of cowboy beat 'em ups.
I just watched a lot of cowboy movies, and then I made
crying.
one.
He's like, I just couldn't help but make an incredible movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's me.
Yeah.
Anything I touch turns to gold.
The problem are that
makes
is that
Hateful
his
Eight.
movies.
Yeah.
Dude, his movies are so bankrupt. The more I think about them, I feel kind of bad. I don't want to think that they're bankrupt.
Have we talked about it? Like, what has he made anything really good? Is Pulp Fiction actually his best? And it's just Pulp Fiction.
I think so.
I don't know. Yeah, Pulp Fiction.
Because he's such a Hollywood guy.
But he can't really.
He's not a poet at all.
Yeah.
He's not a poet or a photographer at all. All he is
he's
a fun.
He's a Hollywood director.
He's a Hollywood movie guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the thing that maybe bugs me about like the really great old Hollywood films, and I think Tarantino is maybe like a case of this, but like they can't get, like, they seem to, like, the farthest outward they can get from like the pointillist painting of the life they're trying to show or something, like still never escapes their conception of like film as Hollywood or something like this. Like the most abstract it gets is still, it's like always like the world is Hollywood to them or something like, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, so like Pulp Fiction, right, is like this big, like it actually is like a pretty interesting film and all this stuff, but like the biggest thing it ever really gets to discussing and being in relation to is the Hollywood in which it exists.
Yeah.
Like, but it doesn't actually like reach any type of escape velocity.
Have you seen Once Upon a Time?
I haven't.
John, have you?
Yeah.
Okay, no, I won't spoil, but
I don't care about spoilers.
Okay, that movie could have done something just by its premise, and you think that he's gonna have this awesome self-aware. There's a world where Tarantino goes. This is actually his opus, you know, like this is like where he recognizes that he's been within the Hollywood mindset, and he's gonna somehow address this, subvert it through something. And you know, he's also gonna put himself in it, because it's gonna be this like semi-autobiographical thing, because it's like during a time that he enjoyed watching movies, and he's growing up during this time, so there's like ways he could impregnate it with himself, you know. But yeah, no, I mean, it basically never does that. All it ever tries to do is harbor a vibe. It basically just cultivates a vibe, cool scenes, like literally just cool, and then the very end, like, just basically, I mean, if you don't care about spoilers, it literally is just roasted. I hated it. The ending made me really upset because it felt like really rushed, and it felt like he wanted to get out before he said anything. Like, it felt like almost like a defensive mechanism. Not that he was close to saying anything, but like it's just like he wanted to wrap it up, and there's just basically, Troy, the end of the movie is
I've seen
just
it.
So they just like everything just devolves into violence.
Shallow,
and there's no point. It's not even like, oh, that's the point. Is that he always devolves to violence? It doesn't even feel that way. It's just actually like a get out, get out of jail free card.
It's like, all right, time to end the movie.
It's also the movie's made even worse too. So after reading look, I read a book about
Program to Kill.
No, Chaos or whatever, like about the Manson family and stuff. And it's like Tarantino knows things about, like, I don't know, like the film could have been, I mean, I don't know, now I'm talking about what the film like could have been or something in a way that's like,
what basic it's
but it's like, but I don't know, he could have like, it's like he's totally aware of the like super like schizophrenic like world that existed, that was not
right,
that is not like what most people think, like the Manson family, like what was going on like during that time and stuff, and like the killings and stuff. And then he instead does like this weird thing that simultaneously like reinforces like the inaccurate and popular conception of like what happened, and then subverts it by being like, oh, they just didn't get killed. And it's like it essentially says nothing about the situation at all, and it doesn't even like, it seems like the movie is like trying to like, it seems like it's setting out at the beginning when you realize, like, oh, it's like the Manson family and stuff. It's like, it seems like what's going on is that he's gonna like create this like feeling of what it may have been like to be in this like insane like place of being like a Hollywood movie star at this point, and having this intersection of like this like serial killer thing going on, and the blah blah blah. I mean, he could have really
like the cultish vibe.
Yeah, and like, I mean, not even like as like an expose or something like that, or like kind of like based on true events sort of thing, but just like because it's like interesting subject, and like I mean, I don't know, there's just like a lot to like say or like do in that space, and then instead it's like the Manson family is like essentially serves no purpose. Like, it's just like this, it's like this
absolutely
plot
it's
device.
just this like funny, like, it's almost like comic relief. It's like, look at the Hollywood guys beat him up.
It's an Easter egg.
It's an Easter
It's
egg.
an Easter egg.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, that's real. That's
and
like
it's so,
ours.
it's
This is
so,
real one.
and it's so much worse because he like knows, like he's like in interviews has like said that he's like read Chaos and stuff, and it's like, it's like, why would he do that? It's just, I don't know.
Yeah. I mean,
obviously,
it's because he's friends with Roman Polanski.
Sorry, I want to bring it. Roman Polanski, listen, Tarantino, the greatest version of Tarantino already exists. We can already see that person's films, and his name is David Fincher, and he's evil. He is.
What makes him evil?
I don't know if he's evil, but he's basically like, I see him as just this like guy who's obsessed with the story, like the story as an object, and like virtually no interest or talent when it comes to creating stories, or like or not creating stories. Like, he's obsessed with the story and he knows how to put together a good story, but it's not like an actually meaningful story. It's like a story that has like the highest odds of having you
he's like
engaged.
He's like an entertainer, or like a craftsman. Like, he's
he's 100%
Patterson.
entertainer.
He's like James Patterson in terms of books.
I don't know who that is.
Okay, he's like Tom Clancy.
Is he like a
Tom
Clancy?
Clancy.
Yeah, he's like a Tom Clancy.
He's a Stephen King. He is Steve.
Well, he's probably better than Stephen King, because Stephen King's actually like cringe. But yeah, he's like a Stephen King, where he knows how to put together a really good entertainment product really, really well, but at like a technical level, like when it comes to like the camera and the atmosphere and all these different things. But like possibly has never told a transcendent story ever.
Yeah, I agree.
Anyway, but that feels like a little bit of Tarantino. But Tarantino's got the style.
Yeah.
He's got the Tarantino style.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Well, that's actually that's the point that we were making a while ago about A24. That was actually a pretty good insight, and like it's partially attributed to Jacob, but like this idea that people have this hunger for aesthetic, and that they think that the visual aesthetic is equivalent to having a transcendent experience, or there's like this metonymy between a cool image and transcendental that goes on nowadays, because they're so deprived of it in everyday life that they like when a director has a cool lens that makes things look crazy, that's like that, like, or like A24 chooses like this dark green palette at all times or something. I don't know. Like, it's just these like visually impressive, or like not even necessarily impressive, but like distinct. It's like things having distinct aesthetics is enough for it to be transcendent, and there isn't like any further exploration, and people really enjoy that. I think that's like kind of a new phenomena or something. That's probably like in the past like 40 years.
Yeah, I'd say this is right. Like, yeah, they're so starved of any type of like distinct aesthetics, and the stories are always generally devoid of substance. And so this like new distinct style becomes substantive in their eyes.
Right, because all it has to do is compare itself to the Marvel movie. That's all it has to compare itself to.
Yeah.
Having the
Why aren't we doing this, dude? We should be making
having
films.
The bar be Marvel
like
films.
Bodies.
Oh my gosh, dude! If I see another ad for, I saw pictures of like them like behind the scenes or whatever, all like smiling and like thumbs up and stuff.
Say it in 3 words.
It's just like, yeah, it like it just drives me nuts. Like, what I don't know. It's so okay. This is something
wrapping up
like,
the set today with the boys.
Yeah. There's a tweet that I saw that was like that said every movie is good because people worked really hard on it.
Yeah.
Which
so
is like
true.
actually like I mean there's like there's something to be appreciated about like I don't know, or like the other phrase is like every movie's a miracle or something.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah, that's
fun.
Yeah.
But it's like it's funny when you have like this movie that is just like obviously horrible and like depraved and like just awful, and then you see them all being like, we worked so hard on this movie, like it's Loki and Dwayne the Rock Johnson going like this, and Dwayne the Rock Johnson's like in makeup. I don't know if he's actually in one, but like I don't know, it's like I think what's really perverse is that people, and this is actually why I think anime is better than Marvel movies in a radically important way. Like, whoa,
the problem with Marvel movies is you see the actor. And that's the whole point. Every Marvel movie that gets made, it's about the actor, not the character. You are having fun watching. It's not even like a comic book. You read the comic book. At least the comic book is about that character. This is literally just, I mean, you know.
When this is tons of movies.
Sure.
It's like, oh my gosh, I can't wait to see Jake Gyllenhaal as.
Yes, but with the Marvel ones, it's so gross and obscene because it's like at the forefront. And you have these like Instagram, you know, they themselves are like, it's like what John's talking about. Like they're like handshaking on set. They're like doing their workout, you know, and we can watch them as they prep for their role. And it's like, dude, like,
and their characters aren't even that different. Like, all the PR is basically like them being their character.
Yeah.
But this is so true. People are just in love with.
They love
the
Robert
actor.
Downey Jr. when he walks on stage and is super flamboyant. It's really fun. You know, he's cool.
Yeah.
He's like throwing the rose. You know, wow, cool.
Yeah.
I don't know, like
that is so rough.
So, but the thing about anime is at least you don't have that. Like
it's an actual character.
Like sure, you can have these vapid things where it's just about getting stronger and stronger, and the stories are whatever. But it's like at least you don't have this gross like fixation with like the actor's life and
the fetishizing of like the Yeah, like the character, like the character, like exceeds the boundaries of the film itself, like as like a real thing or something.
This is why, even if Ryan Gosling came to me wanting to do a role, and whatever I gave him, I'd say no.
Yeah,
because I have integrity.
Yeah, Ryan Gosling.
Yeah, no, I mean,
the people who make those memes are virgins and losers.
Yeah, being a big name star and having it's just funny when the movies start being like, that's an Audrey Hepburn movie. It's like, what the fuck was people like label the movies by the actors, like, let's watch more Leonardo DiCaprio movies. You know? I'm not saying that's a problem. Yeah. It's just
no, it's a problem.
I don't know.
Audrey Hepburn and Ryan Gosling are the same too, because all the movies they're in, like, they kind of play the same person.
But listen, but like
that could be an issue.
Okay, but here's a counterexample. I recently watched. I recently watched a Certified Copy, which is Juliette Binoche, and I'm not gonna.
Better be careful here.
Yeah, no spoilers.
So you gotta be careful.
No spoilers. But I mean, no spoilers. But like, okay, I'm gonna say something that does. I mean, I don't think that this is a spoiler.
We talked about this the other day, so I think it's okay. Yeah.
So basically, like Juliette Binoche,
it just is a fact.
Binoche, in all the films I've seen her in, plays similar characters in which she like that have a lot of the same like mannerisms and like certain like insecurities in these things, and I think it's because. Yeah, the same gender. But yeah, I think it's because in a lot of interviews, a lot of like the roles that she gets are like written for her, and it's like typecasting in which the director wants her to, like, she's in an interview for Blue, with like Kieslowski, where like she's talking about how they were like, there's this whole thing with like wardrobe where they like couldn't figure out like what to dress her in, and Kieslowski was finally just like, just wear like what you wear, like just wear your own clothes, and like I don't like whatever, like. And so I think that like a lot of the films that she's in, she's essentially playing very similar characters, and some and you might say the same characters to some degree, but that she is also. And then so I was gonna say that, as well as like when I watch those films, and I've done this before with other people, like going out of your way to watch films with the same actor in it, I don't think is like corrupt at its core. Think that's evil. Like I think it's like something different where it's like the fetishizing of like, I don't know, something.
Yeah, the actor for sure. But I think this is totally fair and right, but importantly, she plays roles that are similar. So for example, right, like Bergman does this super explicitly, right?
With Sydow? Max von Sydow?
No, well, Sydow a bit, but definitely Liv with Ullmann. Liv Ullmann.
Yeah.
Right? Like she literally and virtually explicitly plays the same character in all these films, right? But that is like the whole thing, right? It's like it's not the actress playing a bunch of different, drastically different roles. It's like, no, she is the female Bergman archetype, and like we're gonna see her in different scenarios, relationships, and situations. But she like essentially is the same continuous person in basically all of the films, right? Like like I mean, Shame and Passion of Anna, it's like plot wise, like literally the same person, or it's made not plot wise, but it's made extremely clear.
Like they're the same.
Yeah, the whole Island trilogy.
Like
right. Yeah. The Island trilogy, Persona, Scenes from a Marriage, and then subsequently Saraband. Like she is. I mean, so I think that's good and fair. And I think like if Ryan Gosling, for example, like if you just looked at Drive, Only God Forgives, and Place Beyond the Pines, 2023 or 2049.
Yeah.
Right. Like this, I think is good and proper. Right. He is literally the same guy, the same type of modern young archetype man, right? Like I think this is okay, but then like, oh, I can't wait to go see Barbie, right? Ryan Gosling as Ken, right? Like this, like people are going to see that movie because of Ryan Gosling and whoever that actress is, right?
So is that a problem? I don't know, but you're right.
Well, I don't know if you're right. Well, I think it's a problem to go because like you're unawarely obsessed with the character. Like,
well, I mean,
you're definitely right that there's a difference between
the celebrity,
between wanting to watch a Ryan Gosling movie where he's playing that guy,
versus
post meme of Ryan Gosling, post popularity where we live in this meme world where like literally me is like the point, and like there's something odd shift between going to see Barbie for Ryan Gosling. I think you're right, but versus
because that's the interest in the celebrity versus interest in the character he's good at. But then,
but that's
on the flip side, there's something commendable perhaps about someone like Philip Seymour Hoffman, who is known for playing radically different characters in all sorts of shit, but just being an extremely good actor.
Yeah.
And people will go see him because, I know I'm going to see a good performance.
Yeah, I mean.
But I think that still is a little bit in the vein of, like, maybe not the celebrity, but the talent.
Well,
that's I think the Ryan Gosling Ken thing is, like, you're going for the celebrity of Ryan Gosling.
Yeah, because
you're going to the Hoffman stuff because the talent of Hoffman. Yeah. And then you're seeing,
that's a good distinction.
And then you're seeing, what's her name?
Robbie.
Liv Ullmann. Liv Ullmann, who cares about who she actually is? It's the character Liv Ullmann or whatever.
Yeah. Well,
Anna.
What about Leonardo DiCaprio?
I think he plays some different roles, but he is like pure celebrity. I can't. What has he ever been good in? Honestly.
Whoa.
I mean, in terms of just acting,
No. Yeah. When is he given a good performance? I'm not saying he hasn't.
You just mean good. Like, you're not saying incredible. You just mean like pretty good, right? Like,
let's say a noteworthy performance, because all these other people we've talked about are either noteworthily talented or have a noteworthy character they're very good at playing.
Yeah, I mean,
right, and thus become celebrity. But like, what is?
I mean, I think he's fine in Departed. I think he's fine.
Departed,
I think he's fine in Revenant. I mean, his goal is very simple and straightforward and focused, but he does it well.
I think Revenant maybe is a little corrupt.
But I agree.
Departed is good.
So, do you consider it corrupt simply because it's like, oh, we're gonna put the camera in your face and you're gonna have this ice on your face, and of course you're gonna look insane?
No. Corrupt is in like the accusation laid against Come and See. Right, where everyone's like, "Oh, it's so incredible," but then I don't know if you're aware of the meme where it's like, "Look, I'm acting so hard," and it's like some woman seeing her child get torn to shreds by a dog, and she puts on this outrageously emotional performance, right? And it's like, was this a good performance, or are you just acting really big?
I kind of agree, although I think
I can't recall. I'm not saying Revenant ended, but like Revenant's like, we want to watch you suffer like a gritty. Western man, like, okay, now just suffer really hard for a long time.
Yeah, but I think he did it well, and his performance wasn't only in those moments.
Yeah.
It just clearly was contrived to have lots of those.
That's
moments.
at least the standout.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
the
yeah.
standout noteworthiness is the extreme
Well,
suffering.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair.
Versus really stellar character work, but he does do good character work.
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely agree. He's pretty insanely over it. I mean, Wolf of Wall Street's he does fine. Like he's pretty good. I don't like the movie, but I mean,
Holy smokes!
but he does the thing, right? Doesn't he do the thing well?
Yeah, I mean I think he makes.
I think his celebrity is due to being in big movies. He's been in so many big ones, as opposed to like delivered particularly stellar performances.
Yeah, but I mean, think about huge big movies with like characters that are actually like I don't know.
Deep,
like the characters that are actually people complex. That are actually people, and like there's like an actor who's doing them like well. I mean, I don't know. Like you watch
because DiCaprio seems like most big actors, like Brad Pitt.
Yeah.
Right. Like Brad Pitt, I don't think is famous for being like
I would say Brad Pitt's
talented performer. He's just been in a ton of big movies.
I would put Brad Pitt lower though. I think you haven't even.
Well, yeah, he's definitely held in less
have you even
esteem.
Yeah. Well, but literally like his talent as an actor.
Oh, really? I feel like Brad Pitt's a better actor than Tree of Life.
Oh,
yeah.
I forgot he was even in that.
Tree of Life is like he's like incredible.
I take it all back.
I think Tree of Life is, and also
good.
I recently watched the extended version of it, which has more.
Oh, I haven't seen it yet, but I want to.
Oh, that's cool.
That's good because that's what that film is missing.
It's way more of him. Is basically the whole. Like that's what there's more of.
That's awesome.
And it's like, and it gave me even like a further appreciation for his whole character and everything. But yeah, no, I think Brad Pitt's way better than Leonardo DiCaprio.
How about
how lucky
Bale?
for a film to exist where you can say honestly, what this film needs more of is Brad Pitt.
Yeah. What about Christian Bale? You think he's like a legitimately pretty good actor or what?
Oh, that's a good one.
I think he's legitimately pretty good, even though they jerk him off because of his weight change.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, well, he's also in a Malick film, so of course, yes.
Yeah, I mean, he does a good job in that. So,
yeah, he's Malick certified. Yeah, he gets a film where he actually is able to be a good performer.
Which means Natalie Portman is also a good actress because she's also.
Okay, well, that's cool.
Natalie Portman is
also.
Great.
Yeah, but her role's minor.
Here's the real tough thing: is what's that fucker's name? And who did the F1 experience? He was in the Malick song to
Tom Cruise.
No.
No. You're talking about
Song to Song.
I want to talk about.
You're talking about
Song to Song.
Yeah. It's the.
You love this guy.
Oh, not F1. Michael Fassbender. Yeah.
He didn't do.
He was in Le Mans this year.
Wait.
No, GT3 racing.
Dude, I have a coworker who went to Le Mans and got like some VIP passes and saw Fassbender at Le Mans.
Yeah, they totaled their car. They didn't finish the race.
Oh,
I don't think so.
That sucks.
But it wasn't Fassbender's fault, so it's okay.
Dude. But anyways,
I love little
he's
Michael.
tough because like. Was he Malick certified? He's good in that
Dude,
movie.
he's good in
it.
Like,
he's Malick certified.
What else is he in?
I've seen him.
X-Men First Class.
X-Men.
No. He's also in
where he plays like a little
in Alien. I've seen him in Alien.
Listen,
he does a good job at that, I guess.
What is it called?
Like
I'm gonna find
alien.
Let's hear about it.
Uh-oh.
I need to see Fassbender films.
Are you
like
talking about that one melodrama
Everyone always
film?
talks about
Yeah,
it.
everybody does talk about him. I don't. Okay,
Shane?
wait, he's in.
You're talking about
freaking.
Shane?
Oh, he's in Jane Eyre.
No.
So I watched. There's a film adaptation of
Is
Jane
that like
Eyre,
Con Air?
and he is so good in it. He is like.
Can you hear me?
He's amazing.
Is it a
You
sequel
can't
to
hear me,
Con
can
Air?
you?
No, stop.
Fuck,
Do you know that movie?
No,
dude.
I mean I've heard it said
Okay,
100,000
never mind.
times, but I
Super
never knew
funny.
what it was. But
Okay,
no,
sorry.
Jane Eyre. Yeah, there's
I don't know Jane
what?
Eyre. I don't
Jane
know
Eyre, like the book. Okay, it's
No.
like Giga.
I've heard of the book,
famous
but I haven't heard of
Dude,
the
this
film.
is so evil.
Yeah.
I DC'd again.
Okay.
I'm so
I bought these
angry.
glasses, by the way.
Oh, that's pretty cool. Those are dope glasses. I like.
Okay,
them.
I have to check. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay, good.
But yeah, Jane Eyre is actually a surprisingly like decent like film. Like I actually liked it, but like lots of good scenes, I guess. But like yeah, Fassbender's in that one, and he's so good.
Can we talk about Tom Cruise real quick while we're doing
Dude,
this?
Sure. If you mention his medication spiel, I'll kill you.
Yeah, we're gonna leave the call.
Okay,
we're gonna leave the call.
I'm not gonna mention his obviously based medication take, but I am gonna say that I have a lot of respect for Tom Cruise and every opportunity that he's been given to be in a good film, he's done very, very well. And the only thing I'm really thinking of off the top of my head is Magnolia.
Yeah, Magnolia's amazing.
I think he was good in Eyes Wide Shut. Yeah. Kubrick.
Oh, I haven't seen that yet.
Yeah, I think Tom
enough.
Cruise is like legitimately like.
But he knows how to act. He's
really
good. He gets
and
it.
it's like
He's sick, dude.
I think, but yeah, I think
he's sick. Like for real, I think about Tom Cruise and I just want to like give him a fist bump, you know?
I don't know. Yeah, I just feel bad for him. I almost feel like he is like a. I don't know what he is, dude, because he produces all his own films now, and he's just like super into doing this like Mission Impossible thing, and it just blows me away because he's like obviously so talented, and you almost want to say he's just become like a stooge of the industry because anything he's in is going to be a box office.
Yeah,
dude.
But,
he.
But like, why? Like, he could be making great films, maybe.
Yeah, but
although to be honest, I can't imagine. I don't know. Like Magnolia is so good, but you can't help but love it because it's Tom Cruise.
Well, also there's this issue with
same thing with like Les Grossman and Tropic Thunder.
Look, so like Tom Cruise, there's an issue with him, like, and with any actor, like there's no reason a good actor can necessarily put together a powerful script or direct a movie. Like there's no.
But he
is,
could do it though, not make it.
Wait.
Oh,
Troy,
no.
I'm saying you're talking about him making a film, like it's his film.
No. Steven is saying.
No,
I'm saying that.
I'm saying
he would know who to go to.
Oh, I see.
And and be involved in actually producing.
Like he knows
producing and starring in. He could star in something. Like he could go.
Yeah.
Like you could go to people. Go to Trier. Say Trier, put me in a role.
That would be so insane,
dude. Unironically, dude. You know what I don't get is like people. I was just thinking about this the other day. I don't know, like
a Terrence Malick film. With
studios don't want to like make small films anymore. I guess for a lot of reasons. I don't know. It's just like rich people. I was thinking about maybe Tom Cruise. Like if I went to Tom Cruise, right? Say you interact with Tom Cruise and he takes you aside. He said, "Steven, you seem like a really smart guy, and like I need like I could use some of your advice." And he says, "Steven, what am I not doing? Like, what am I doing wrong, right?" And you make a joke. You say, "Oh, what you're doing wrong is not giving me all your money." And he laughs, and you guys laugh, and you're building rapport. And then he says, "No, but seriously, like, what am I doing wrong here?" And you say, "Obviously, it's the only right answer. You're not making great films, and you obviously could." He said, "I don't know. I think you." He says, "Steven, I feel that, but I think you might be." Yeah, he says, "Steven. You're not appreciating how much it takes to make a film. It's expensive. I don't have that kind of dough. Like, I'm rich, but I'm not $300 million rich." And you say, "See, you're stuck in this Hollywood mindset, Tom. Trier is making films for like comparatively minuscule amounts of money that both make money and are great films." And he says, "Damn."
Yeah, no.
Just kidding. He says, "Yeah, I loved Antichrist and Breaking the Wave. I wasn't a big fan of Melancholia. I do like The Idiots." And he says, "Steven, I think you're right. House That Jack Built is probably going to go down as his magnum opus, one of the greatest films in the 21st century, but only time will tell. I think people aren't appreciating it quite yet."
I think the problem, unironically, is probably his Scientology. I think he actually probably wants to make as much money as possible and donate to the church. Because that's how you climb.
You think that?
Yeah.
I think he might. I think you're right, but I think it's due to like a shallow sense of like cultural enrichment that he thinks he's engaging in by producing these like really huge cultural items that are like fundamentally positive in nature and like empowering. He feels like stuff like this.
I think that's probably at work, and maybe that's what he would even like tell people. But I bet a lot of it is truly this sense of transcendent joy he has at climbing the ranks and being loved by his community within Scientology. He probably, because it's not just like he's giving money to get to heaven. It's like he's giving
the biggest guy in there basically.
Yeah, he's giving money to a cause that he believes is genuinely incredible for the world, and he wants to maximize his ability to do this while also pursuing what he enjoys doing.
Yeah, it's true. Like if someone asked me why I'm not donating a bunch of my money and saving all these lives, I'd say so I can make more money and save more lives in the future.
Yeah.
I mean, right?
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of reasons perhaps why I'm not donating money and knowingly saving lives right now. But that would be like...
Do you even donate blood?
I would never donate blood, dude. That's so whack.
Yeah.
Why? Huh?
Dude, donating blood is corrupt.
What does it actually?
Why?
Explain.
It's not actually corrupt, but like most of it gets thrown away anyway.
Oh, really?
I see.
Yeah, like especially when there's
why
big
they-
events. Like
well-
there's like people think like blood stuff like when some like big shooting or earthquake or something and like, you know, everyone goes out in droves to like, you know, signal and donate blood. It's like 90% of that's getting
Well, guess
thrown
what?
in the
Quote
trash.
You could just be
unquote,
saying
quote
this. That's
unquote.
so funny, bro. It'd be so funny if you're just lying and you're just
You're
saying
just
that.
telling
No.
our viewers that donating blood is.
Yeah.
Listen, all the viewers do not donate blood. At worst or at best, it's getting thrown away, and at worst, you know, you don't know what they're doing with your blood.
Yeah, they're putting AIDS
that's
into
what- that's
your
what I
blood
say.
and
That's
then
what I
say.
just giving that to people.
As I say, quote unquote, thrown away. Like you don't know.
Yeah,
you don't know what
thrown
happens
away.
to all those.
You don't know where it actually
millions of
goes.
You know,
gallons
it
of
goes.
blood.
It goes.
Yeah,
it goes
they
into
actually
the-
just
it-
ship it to Chinese
they just have
labs.
to-
Yeah,
but-
it goes into blood baths.
Yeah, that was
you know,
saying
they actually have these things
Yeah,
called blood
it gets into
baths.
Nancy
Yeah,
Pelosi.
it ends up in her
I
shower
hate
pipes.
those-
That's how she.
Yeah. Unknown fact: 80% of blood donated actually gets shipped to Ellen DeGeneres. For why, we don't know.
Generous. Yeah.
I thought it was
Yeah,
because she has
30
a
or
charity.
60 minutes did an
Yeah,
investigation
it actually gets
into
taken to
the
this warehouse.
7 metric tons of blood that arrives at Ellen DeGeneres'
No. It,
residential home.
it arrives at a
7
warehouse
every
which
day.
we have used magnetic
Yeah.
imaging techniques to see that there's
Yeah.
pipes running directly from
Yeah.
this warehouse.
When we went to the municipal document storage, we found that the lot belongs to a company based in Panama called GED Properties, which is actually held by a holding company, ABC Incorporated, whose primary director is a representative from a company called childrensblood.co,
CBC.
whose lawyer
His lawyer bought the land
Is-
for.
whose board of directors member is Ellen DeGeneres'
Dude,
lawyer.
I recently
Chief counsel.
I recently looked into the Flint Water, Michigan situation a little bit.
I mean, it didn't.
Oh
happen.
yeah.
I don't know.
It's of course substantially fake.
It's mostly just a bunch of like, I don't know, just a bunch of like idiots. It's not like that.
Yeah.
It's nothing like very nefarious.
Oh, really?
I think. I
Yeah,
don't
it's
know.
fake, and the
I
problem
mean, like
is real,
evil
but the
decisions,
source.
but it's through negligence and just
Yeah.
stupid people. Like it's just
Yeah, it's just a bunch of dummies doing dummy stuff.
yeah, and trying to save some money, and then like I don't know. No one's trying to fucking. No one wants to give people Legionnaire's disease. Come on, that's so lame.
Yeah. Dude, speaking of which, are you guys familiar with Abu Ghraib?
Not
No.
really.
Have you heard of Abu
Yes.
Ghraib? All right, maybe we won't talk about it because I went on a huge Abu Ghraib kick, and I posted a bunch of Abu Ghraib stuff, and I posted Errol Morris's doc on it, which is actually good. Yeah, shout out to Errol Morris,
Oh,
probably the best Abu Ghraib doc.
okay. This
Anyway,
is
I learned like everything there is to learn about Abu
Yeah.
Ghraib, and it's crazy how well the whole situation's crazy, but I thought it was like something totally different than what it was.
Oh my god, this
not-
is an absolute thing to go down. This is
Yeah, I've seen
Dude,
a
Abu
lot of these
Ghraib-
photos.
Sabrina
Yeah.
Harmon posing over the body of Manadel al-Jamadi.
Yeah, dude, Jamadi, that whole story, that's the real... Dude, there's so much stuff about Abu Ghraib, and it actually turned out... It's not as fun when you guys don't really have, like, a general, even cultural sense of what Abu Ghraib is and, like, what people think. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it'd be like me talking about the reality of Flint, Michigan if you didn't have a sense for, like, the cultural concept of what's going on in Flint, because what I want to describe is a counter to that. But basically, it's like... I don't know. I think a lot of people have like a sense that it was like this like CIA black site where they were torturing people and it was like U.S. policy, when in reality it's like basically a group of like prison guards where like abusing and humiliating a bunch of inmates and not really torturing them, but mostly just abusing and humiliating. I mean, terrible stuff, for sure. But like the more interesting stuff is about like in the legal proceedings following, like, first of all, it wasn't mandated, although it was informally, the guards were informally instructed to abuse and humiliate the prisoners by, like, basically, like, CIA operatives who, like, the identities of which never came to light. But the details of how they were supposed to do it were not detailed, and so they did a bunch of shit to him, and like half of it was legal and half of it wasn't. And it's interesting like how thin the line is between like illegal torture and standard operating practice is what it's called. But also the biggest thing about it is like the CIA murdered that guy, and like basically it came to light that the CIA murdered some guy, and then like nothing happened. Like Eric, who is Obama's attorney guy? Eric something Holden? Eric Holden? I think Eric Holden. Anyway, Eric Holden was like, so this stuff happened like way before Obama, but when Eric Holden came in, he was like, all right, we're gonna investigate this. Like it's obvious that the CIA, in conjunction with military police, like committed an extrajudicial murder and cover up of this guy who wasn't convicted of anything. We're gonna get to the bottom of it. And then they did all this like proceeding stuff, and no one was ever charged with anything. And it's pretty gnarly. And like a lot of the people in the photos like are essentially uninvolved, but like their lives were destroyed. Like legally they went to prison just for like there was an IT guy who like one of the prison guards was like, hey, can you help me move this prisoner real quick? Like he's kind of heavy. And so like he helped move him, and then someone took a picture, and then like he went to prison for 2 years for being involved in this like whole scandal. It's pretty sad.
I mean,
also people don't realize that the prison, like they were in a war zone both inside and outside the prison. Like people think it was just some secure facility, but it was actually being mortared like every day. People were getting killed, and like inmates, like Iraqi guards were smuggling weapons to the inmates, and then the inmates were like, you know, shooting the guards in the head. So like it was like a sufficiently war zone like situation. Anyway, it's pretty crazy.
Dude,
the photos are incredible.
These photos are fucking insane.
Dude, and you're only seeing such a small slice. I have, or no, I sent it. I sent a link in the chat at some point to like the full photo dump, and it's like worth looking at all of them. Also, Obama said that there were additional photos that were not published that depict, you know, rape and all this other stuff. And he said he was going to release it, and then later said, no, we're not going to release this out of concern. It will conjure up too much anti-U.S. sentiment.
Oh my god.
Yeah, but they were like, there's evidence that they were like raping the female inmates, and then like they're not these inmates weren't charged with anything. They're just like collected off the street basically. And then like when the women released, they were just always like instantly murdered by their family in honor killings, you know?
Gosh.
And like I don't know, they're making inmates, like there's photos, one of the more popular photos is when they're making the inmates suck each other's dicks, making them masturbate, making them smear themselves with their own shit, making them pee their underwear and then wearing their underwear on their face.
Jeez. Yeah, I see
like
all
tons
those
and
on
tons of
Wikipedia,
stuff.
actually.
Yeah, those are the famous ones, but I linked the full photo dump, and it's pretty incredible. But Errol Morris has a doc where he interviews all of the people involved.
Really?
Which is which is something you would not have expected.
Yeah, that's insane.
So like you've got all the so you have like for all the big photos, you've got all the people in the photo describing everything about what's going on and stuff. But like if you see photos of people like inmates like handcuffed or like strapped to their beds or walls in like super unusual torturous looking positions, like pretty much all of that stuff is legal standard operating practice.
Jeez.
And like basically the only bad things were like when physical harm was done to them. So like smearing of the shit and stuff I think would generally be considered legal. But like when they brought the dogs in and like we're just trying to scare them and had the dogs like going crazy at them like a foot from them, like one of those guys got bit, right? So then that's torture. But then there's like a photo of like they took one of the guards and like there's a photo of her stitching up his leg, and it's her first time ever doing that, and she's being taught how to do it for the first time. So like, you know what I mean? They're like kind of like using this like inmate as like a you know, little test subject for her learning how to do stitches. Is so whack.
Jeez.
Anyway, Abu Ghraib was like pretty cool.
Errol Morris he's got credits for. Oh, I can't wait. I gotta find what he's credited for. But I looked up Errol Morris and was looking at movies, and he's the act of killing is under his name.
Yeah, he did active killing.
So who's taking all these pictures?
Well, no, it's not his. It's not his.
It's not his, but
he's like
sorry, he's like involved. Yeah,
That's so sick. He seems sick. Like he seems like. I mean, I haven't even.
Dude,
I haven't even.
I don't know if
seen
he
Gates of
is.
Heaven, but
You know, Errol Morris, pretty much like he's produced and starred and made some of these like really epic films, right? Best of which, Gates of Heaven, Vernon, Florida, Thin Blue Line. I don't know what else. Like Fog of War is all right. Abu Ghraib is cool if you like Abu Ghraib, but it's not like a great film. Anyway, you know, like most of his life has been dedicated to making commercials.
really.
Yeah, that's why he's huge, and that's where he's made so much. Like he has directed some of the most important like commercial ad campaigns in U.S. history. He's done over 1,000 commercials.
Whoa. Okay, this is.
I think. Yeah, like he has made a couple films on the side for funsies, but like his real job and like life's work is commercials.
Okay, wait.
Like Apple. Remember the ones where it was like Justin Long being like that Mac guy?
Like I'm Apple, I'm PC.
Yeah, that's Errol Morris.
Wow. Okay, that's actually insane.
Yeah, he's done a massive number of like super influential stuff, but it's all commercials. Yeah, it kind of does.
That changes it a lot. Actually,
like,
that's actually.
Yeah, but it's interesting to see a guy like him who, I don't know if he started. I forget exactly. I think he did start in commercials, but he's made great film, and then still continued to spend most of his life on commercials.
Yeah. Dude, he made an.
You know, so it's like it's not like you know.
He made ads for.
You might expect the other way around. Like he made ads for Theranos.
Wait, let me.
Yeah, he did the Theranos commercials.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah, dude.
Okay, wait, this is
anyway,
crazy.
It's just weird. Yeah, you know. Yeah, and his son. I sent that stuff. So sad.
Dude, is the Abu Ghraib stuff like? I mean, is there anything to be like sussed out about his like status as like politically with like him making a commercial?
I mean,
I remember a film about Abu Ghraib or like.
No, okay. I think like you can watch Fog of War, which is his like big thing about war and stuff, and I can never say his name. What's his name? McNamara. He made a doc on him called The Fog of War that's like about war more generally. So like he definitely has like a clear politic, but it's not like super biased or cringe. It's mostly like le war bad, and like there's all this stuff behind the scenes you guys don't understand. But Abu Ghraib is pretty cool because I think it focuses on the people involved and like the difference between what occurred, what's legal and what's not legal, and like the insanely big public event that was Abu Ghraib. But yeah, his son is that like lead drug psychedelic Vice reporter guy. It's so crazy.
Funny.
Hamilton Morris.
I'd be so proud of him.
And Errol Morris, I think Errol Morris was in the Princeton philosophy department working with and was involved with like some of the most influential analytic philosophers like to ever do it. And I think particularly with what was that group of analytic philosophers like the
guys
you know what I'm talking about, Steve?
Yeah, all the guys that all went to like Belgium.
The analytic squad.
Yeah.
Huh? The logic analytic squad. There's a name for the movement.
Well, yeah. I forget.
Anyway,
logical positivists.
The logical positivists. Yeah, so he was in the Princeton philosophy program, and then I think he got in a fight with someone and was like, fuck this, and then went into film and stuff. But I'm not exactly sure. There's like an interesting story about his involvement there.
Dude, it's insane how corrupt and evil it is that every single class at UCS... Oh, sorry. We'll just leave it at that. At UC. Was analytic philosophy.
So not true, though.
It basically was true.
It was just philosophy of science.
No. They were basically all
Which
analytic.
one?
Everything except for Intro to Phil, yeah.
No.
Yeah, like all the upper divisions were basically analytic philosophy.
I don't think so.
Yeah, it was like...
Are we talking about analytic analytic philosophy is in like concerned with logic?
No, analytic is broader than that.
Let me look this up.
Analytic philosophy is a huge umbrella of like characteristics that you divide things between continental and analytic, and you can have analytical ontology and analytical metaphysics, and those are literally the driest things you can possibly ever imagine.
Sorry, you're right. I think
like our metaphysics
the closest
class was
thing you got
horrible. It was so
yeah,
bad.
no, metaphysics is gonna be all cringe analytic. Yeah, actually you're right. The only continental I got was from punishment responsibility, and Kant.
Interesting, yeah.
Like took a Kant class, and that was cool.
It's funny because he's like the
the continental analytic.
Yeah, well, yeah, he's seen as like a forethought. Like analytic people love Kant. Continental people don't love Kant as much. They're more Hegelian.
I wish I took a Heidegger course.
Yeah, that would be awesome. They had an aesthetics course, and I think it was mostly based on Plato, but it always filled up instantly, so I never got to.
And it always had the cutest girls in it.
I bet. Dude, philosophy classes actually had a lot of really cute girls.
Yeah.
Like, of the girls that were in there. You know, there was a very small portion of girls, but of the girls that were in there, it was like anomalously, they were anomalously pretty.
That's funny.
You know?
Tons of cuties. I'll also note, physics has the ugliest girls, and math has the hottest girls.
Math.
Dude, I was continually astonished by like the average level of physical beauty demonstrated by the women in the math department. Put on display.
Dude, I get all weird. Just even using this description, they've got me by my balls in turn, like they, you know, capital
women,
capital T they. No, culture. It's gone to a point where I feel bad calling someone ugly, even if I'm not referring to a specific person. Like, and I know it's literally just true. Like, everyone knows it's true that a person is ugly if they're like ugly, you know? Obviously the subjectivity matters a lot here. I'm not saying it doesn't, but like, you know, like, and yet I feel weird saying it. They've got me by the balls.
I think you got to stick to like keeping it super Philippine, because like if I really went out of my way to discuss how like unattractive and ugly physics girls are, you know, I would never do that. It's like so mean, negative, untrue in so many cases. Right? It's like only something that's true when taken in the most casual sense. I don't know if this is like really speaking to what you'd say or what you're talking about.
Well, I mean, that's you defending the way in which we're using it, and that's why I'm being cool funny, with doing
and it's like colloquially true.
Yeah,
like physics has the ugly girls.
Yeah, I get it.
And you know, like, oh, the girls in philosophy classes are so cute.
Well, no, how about this? Like, you know, like,
but it's like totally like virtually nonsense.
Well, I even
other than like,
you know, I even like they've got me by the balls so bad. I like feel bad referring to an anomalous fat person as fat. Like not anomalous, ambiguous.
Oh yeah,
like
just
literally just acknowledge. Yeah, to say that statement is like makes me feel worried about like, you know what I mean? Like
the repercussions.
Yeah, like that's weird. I don't like that. I mean, I'm not trying to get all like, oh, dude, cancel culture. You know, they're getting in our heads. You know, you can't even say things that are true. I just mean like, I don't know. I feel like those are categories that I would love to just like. They just, I don't know, dude. I don't know why I'm even bringing it up.
Like just move to Europe.
Yeah, well, where everyone smokes cigarettes, drinks wine, and doesn't get fat.
And makes fun of fat people.
And just makes fun of Americans. Yeah, fat Americans.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so true. In Europe, they actually do just say fat Americans.
The only reason
Europe,
why...
there's not enough fat people for the culture to get shifted, so everyone's comfortable like hating on fatties.
Yeah, the only... it's like you can make fun of it because it's like beyond the borders. It's across the pond.
It's also America. Yeah, it's also like America. Yeah. So like it's really easy to just it's funny if you but you know, it's like it'd be like they're punching down if they make fun of like Mexico for being the most obese country in the world. It's cuz you know, instead let's say America fat, eat more cheeseburgers.
Yeah, eat more cheeseburgers. Rich people.
Yeah.
America.
Oh, they eat so much McDonald's.
You know
I eat my bread and one cigarette.
Do you know what's interesting is what's that thing? It's like I don't know, it's always like a sound on like TikTok or Instagram that I always hear. It's like I think it's Nick Kroll, who is evil and a bad person. I don't like him.
Yeah, Nick Kroll's
the worst.
Evil.
Horrible. But he does have some sketch or something where he's like, we do something cool, maybe we get breakfast, have a cigarette, and he's like talking about like being in Europe or something, and then we work for like 1/2 hour and then have another cigarette for lunch or something.
Yeah, I know what you're talking. I've seen it. It's like in a show. Funny. And it's pretty funny.
Yeah.
Other than that,
I mean, he is.
Yeah, it's too bad.
When he appears on a show, usually it's pretty good and kind of fun. Yeah. You know, I like it.
Yeah.
But it's just that one show that's evil, and also
it's just the main thing
that he like
show.
Right. It's just Big Mouth, like, and like,
dude, Big Mouth.
That's his. That's his. Creation.
I don't know.
No, we don't have to talk about Big Mouth. We can change the subject immediately.
I kind of want to a little bit.
I don't have much to say, but if we talk about it, we have to talk about cuties.
Yeah, I was gonna say I was literally about to open up with the difference between Big Mouth and cuties. Yeah, I mean, like, the difference is honestly just in like animation versus real action or whatever, live action.
Yeah.
But also cuties is not. Rather, Big Mouth is explicitly about normalizing sexual content and discussion as it pertains to children and youth, whereas cuties, right, in a very bad way, but like the cuties expressed method is to like almost work against itself, right?
Right.
Like it wants to like, oh, look at this is bad, but it's like you're doing the bad thing.
Yes. Yeah, it's like recreating the ugliness.
Whereas like, versus, you know, and that's like maybe the best interpretation, like the most favorable of cuties.
Yeah.
But yeah, Big Mouth is expressly made to expose children and adults to sexualized children's content, or rather, whatever, sexual content about children.
Yeah.
And it's like,
and then wait, I'm gonna walk in. I'm the normie. And I'm like, what do you mean? What do you mean you're trying to be it for kids? Look, man, it's an adult show. It's an adult show. You hear what the language they're using? It's an adult show.
Yeah, forget about children watching it. You're telling me
that's on the
strange,
that's
weird
on the
person.
Parents. That's on the parents.
That's on the parents.
No, yeah. Forget any child that watches it. You're saying you like to watch a show that depicts children sexually?
I mean, I don't know. It's just funny.
It's relatable.
I don't know.
You're being a prude. Like, you're being a prude. We got to normalize it.
No, it was like when I was young. I don't know. Like, we were talking about crap like that when I was young. Yeah, like I was in my room. You know, I had my bitch. You know, in my room, and we were talking about
house
all
smell
sorts
like
of,
pussy.
You know, and we were just talking about like, you know, how scared she was that she was on her period. Hello?
Anyway.
Can you hear me?
Wait,
I don't know, like, so I agree with everything you were saying, Troy, but I'm afraid that, firstly, I can't believe it has an audience. In fact, I can't believe 95% of the shows on Netflix have an audience. We all.
Yeah, I can't believe 95% of shows that have an audience have an audience.
It's unreal, and I'm convinced you don't need an audience to get renewed for seasons. I feel like you can.
Certainly not.
Yeah, that's like, it's crazy.
No, it is so crazy. It's crazy sometimes, dude. Sometimes you get exposed to like worlds of size, like, which are like immense, and it's crazy.
Yeah,
never even come into contact with it.
I was telling Steven about us watching the channels that come with your
on my
TV.
show on my TV. Yeah, that's what I want to bring up. It's awesome. Actually insane. Like literally a whole world of like my TV comes with like built-in smart channels.
So awesome, yeah.
And basically, I'm sure, like, I don't know how many, but it's like a world of game shows and television and dramas that like employ thousands of people.
Yeah.
And like I don't even know about it. But also like the more relatable way is just like you find some YouTuber who's like, just discussing some obscure thing, and then like has like 100,000 views on each video, and there's a whole community relating to this thing, and it's like, these shows are getting more viewership than like most television broadcasts,
right?
And it's like they're discussing, I don't know, like the Easter eggs of some obscure Japanese platformer.
Yes. Yeah.
It is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, we should definitely just start making like game commentary videos, and with awesome clickbait titles.
Yeah.
I mean, those just like, I really feel like if you have moderate editing skills, you will arrive at an audience and it's only a matter of time if you just pick a mildly popular game and genre.
Have you seen Ludwig's videos? He has two that are in the same vein. One is like he makes money by donating to streamers, right? He shows how easy it is to set up an online business. And he makes like he gets a simple like a design that takes he makes a design in like 5 minutes, and then makes an online shop via Shopify, which only takes like 10 minutes, and then donates to streamers, like linking the merch basically.
I see.
And then like sells like a bunch of stuff, right? And he does it all under the guise of like a different persona, so he can't leverage his fame.
Oh,
but he does
what?
the same.
Yeah, I've never seen this. Okay.
Oh yeah, so
now,
he does
now
that.
it's interesting when you say that.
No, he has another one which is much more what you were talking about here, where he's like, getting 1,000 views in 24 hours from scratch, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he starts a new YouTube channel that, right, he's not allowed to leverage his own fame in any way.
Mm-hmm.
So he makes a YouTube channel, and he makes a video, and then he gets a streamer. It's a video about Twitch culture or something, and then like baits like Miskiff or something
to react
via a donation into watching it, and then Miskiff watches it, and the video gets like 100,000 views.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
And he's like, his whole thing is like, it's easy. You just have to be smart, like do a couple things, right? But like what he skims over is that he wrote the script for the video and paid. He spent like maybe $200 to $300 in terms of like getting it like edited and produced. But so those are the big things. Is one, like the editing talent, but two, he's like selling this message of like anyone can do it, with like the tacit assumption that like the average audience member is able to write a video as well as he is, right? And the last thing is like yeah, this is cool, but like all you're showing me is like how to get
a video,
a clickbait shit video,
that gets views once and doesn't necessarily have anything to do with retaining viewers and like leveraging it for money ever.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I just come back.
Yeah, you're coming in late, but Ludwig, this guy, he makes a video about how to get 1,000 views, and he just basically like is trying to send a message of like it's easy to make a shit clickbait niche video.
I think,
and it's like this doesn't help anyone who wants to like actually make videos that are either interesting or like about something they care about.
Yeah, about something.
Unless what they care about is clickbait bullshit.
Right. So like, also, donating that amount of money is pretty important because unless you donate a significant chunk, you can't do a $10 donation to Mizkif and expect him to watch your 4-minute long video or whatever it is, You'd have to donate like $100, then he would check it out,
Yeah.
And
well,
it's
he
like
donates.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, I was just gonna say like, and that in itself is like that's the gate. Like no one wants to like just gamble $100 on. I don't know. It's like obviously if it was guaranteed payout, it'd be cool. But it's like you have no chance of just making money off of shoving $100. Yeah.
Yeah, because everyone's trying to do that anyway.
Yeah.
No, sorry. He made a 5-minute video about Miskiff.
I see.
And then donated $50.
Okay, 50
under the guise of someone else saying, "Yo, have you seen this video about you?"
And it kept Mizkif's attention long enough that he didn't just click away after like 30 seconds.
Yeah, and he talks about that too. He's like, "Look, it was important that in the first 30 seconds, I did this thing." And he's like, if Mizkif had seen that the video was 10 minutes long, he'd click away in the first 5 seconds. Right. But since it's like 4 minutes long, and it has a good little intro, blah blah blah. I just want to say also, I think in terms of our niche, in terms of like the fantasy world in which we consider this podcast as being something that could like be successful, like I think what will do it for us is being in the film game. Like in terms of podcasts where like I don't know, I'm not actually in tune with what the world looks like or this culture looks like.
I'm not either, yeah.
But I have a strong sense that like and probably a totally unfounded sense that we are a small group of like podcasts that discuss in detail actually very great films.
That's probably kind of true.
I mean, in terms of some of the films we watch, like Le Fils, for example, like you might be hard pressed to find another podcast that talks about Le Fils.
Right.
Stuff like that.
I mean, that was the. I mean, also posting on YouTube is important because if you type in funny games. Or like funny games analysis, like we're up there, which is fucking crazy, I
would love if I am I'm actually. I should stop just saying it because it's funny to say as a joke, but when I say it for real, it's cringe. But I'm really, really close to doing my big scene by scene thing, which will be underwhelming. But I want to know why you laughing.
It's just funny that you like preface it. It's like the 80th time I've heard that you're gonna do it, and you've said it so many times that you parody yourself saying that you're gonna do it.
But 75 of those 80 are me being funny, or at least appreciating how funny it is. But I was gonna do it today, but a certain someone wants to get dinner.
Mm-hmm.
But what movie?
You're talking about Barack Obama.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Troy after talking all this stuff about Abu Ghraib is about to go.
Obama. Soda. No. You guys know this?
No.
Oh, let me.
Well, I want to say before you say this whole scene by scene thing, I wish you all the best, and if it's a movie I want to do, I would do it. But
no, I'm doing it by myself.
Oh, that's fine. That's awesome.
No one's
too.
invited.
Yeah, that's super cool too. Would it
or
be
no one is allowed to do it with me.
I feel like that would be better for video format, but yeah, I mean, obviously.
All right, watch this video real quick.
Okay. It's not loading. There. You rewatch it.
Oh, Minnesota. Yeah.
That's funny.
That's it.
Okay. I was gonna say I was thinking about doing on my own terms, not necessarily podcast related, but if you ever, we haven't talked about this. I don't really want to go into it right now, but this whole hard-boiled detective analysis of or lens to apply to Antichrist. It's not just about Antichrist, but more like an insight that I learned that I now want to like apply to a bunch of different things and weave together like some sort of pseudo-cogent theory. Just like how you
hard-boiled detective. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So I
don't know what you're talking about.
I think Antichrist. So here's my theory without explaining it. Antichrist has an extreme. It belongs. It has a lot of the tropes, but not in a negative way. A lot of the qualities of a hard-boiled detective film. It's like that's like the premise. So it's just like an analysis video.
Okay.
It's like that's my thesis. Okay, now here's me.
Yeah.
But then you just have like basically PowerPoint. Like I just kind of want
like a video essay.
Yeah, I just want to do it. But maybe even like more shitty because I really like and like to the point. I really like these professors that have like or like old dudes that have like 300 views per video, 1,000 views, but they're like making kick-ass
super
videos.
substantive.
Yeah, so and I'm just like thinking about like how awesome it'd be. So fun to make something like that.
I'd love to hear that because It doesn't sound so wrong that I think, man, what the fuck are you talking about?
Mm-hmm.
But it also doesn't like immediately connect in a way where it's like, oh yeah,
right.
Like I'd actually be really interested to hear this take.
Yeah. I think it's I think it's a good like attention grabber take. In that sense. Yeah.
I don't know exactly what my mission is with the scene by scene, other than to like do it. First of all, like just actually do something, like do that type of thing. But also, I don't know, like sometimes I like movies so much and like you actually want to find really, like, you want to get as much stuff as you can about it.
Mm-hmm.
And like the best you can find is like either like a moderately interesting video essay, but it's only like 10 minutes long and only scratches the surface. Like it just continually alludes to what the movie has or something. Or like you find Spurg videos that are like analysis, right? But it's literally nothing but pointing out stupid stuff that like doesn't actually get to any main like the classic, Inland Empire Explained.
Yeah.
Right? And it's like that video is 5 hours long, but it basically just like points out little symbols and tricks and stuff as if like, and I think this has actually like legitimately corrupted a generation of film viewers where they associate like sophisticated symbology or like sophisticated plot structure or anything like this, or like clues or like having to figure out what happened as like being the quality of a film. So like when they, and like in film education probably doesn't do a great job of this either, where it's like, okay, we're going to watch Battleship Potemkin, right? And we're going to like analyze all this like shit. But it, like basically like they're not going to talk about the film. Like they're going to talk about like the form and the medium and the this and the that. Anyway, so like if I want to find something about the sacrifice, I'm not going to find it. Like maybe there are some academic papers and like and but even those aren't really even going to be about the film. It's more about like,
it's like cultural relevance.
Like what the sacrifice. Yeah.
Or its place in the
male
industry.
and female gender dynamics in Tarkovsky, or like like shit like this, right? Yeah, it's gonna be like, right, they always have to like marry two different things, and right, or it's only gonna look at the film through one lens at best, right? Like even Wings of Desire, right? God bless our professor, and like that's like a top tier, like maybe what you're gonna find on Wings of Desire, and even then it's like. Right, he has a main thrust. It's kind of like your hard-boiled detective thing, which like super epic, right? Like looking at Antichrist as if, right, like why it's a, whatever this type, like this thesis, right?
Yeah.
But it really isn't about everything about Antichrist.
True.
So of course, you could never actually make everything about Antichrist, so like,
you
can't do that. But it might be cool to like watch a 20-hour video wherein like everything discussable about Antichrist is discussed by someone, and like I'm not saying I'm the guy who's going to do a really good job of it, but I wish I could find someone who does a really good job of like because when I watch it, I feel so strongly that every moment warrants a significant discussion. Yeah, and like you're not going to find that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's awesome. It'd be really cool if you found a channel that just does that, uploads once like every 2 months, because it's like a really taxing video to make. In terms of time and involvement and stuff. That'd be pretty cool to find.
Well, I'm going to do it.
Yeah, so it'd be cool.
I don't know if I'll do a good job. I think I might end up being incoherent. And I am going to do...
the issue is whether or not it's going to end up just skits. Like,
I think it will be, because I am going to be in a schizophrenic state.
Yeah, like, it's like... Sure, you're doing these scene by scenes, but one thing that the movie has that you don't is this like chronology built into it by its like its time, its temporal.
No,
right?
yeah.
Whereas, So like you keep every time you pause to talk about a certain scene.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
You're gonna lose it.
Yeah, you're gonna lose that.
I'm gonna be pausing like every 5 seconds and rewinding a bunch, and my plan is to discuss it. My plan is to discuss it to try and keep it from minimal skits, is to adopt like the knowledge of someone who has only seen what I've seen so far. So like I'm not gonna like start with the opening sequence and be like, how this object, right, how this relates to the entire film, right? It'll always be, I'll be like not actually pretending, but in terms of what I'm talking about, it'll be as if I'm watching it for the first time.
That would be so hard.
That's what I'm gonna do.
Okay.
And maybe I'll make some allusions, but if I think of an allusion to something that's going to happen in the future, like I'll be like, in this, right? Like you arrive at an object that really relates to something in the future, then I'll just make a note, and when I get to the thing in the future, then I'll relate it to the thing in the past. But I'll never move forward in time reference. Only
this sounds
prior.
Crazy, because then I mean you're also I don't know. There's certain. Oh, that's just insane. Cause just like you're.
Well, you have to pretend it's a first time.
Yeah, you're restricted by the temporal, like.
Yeah, but I think that's the best way to do it. Otherwise, you're basically talking about the whole movie from the get-go. I think you need to like. But no, you're right. Like, and also, I think the big concern is things that I think of and realize when I'm watching a film. Right, come to pass by virtue of me experiencing the film.
Yeah,
but if I'm doing this analysis, right, I'm not going to have the right ideas necessarily because I'm not actually watching the film or experiencing the film.
You're going to have to... It'd be really cool. Have you ever listened to the audiobook of something from David Foster Wallace?
No.
Okay, so he does this thing because he always does these end notes, right? That's a big thing, and not just in IJ.
Oh.
But when he does it, he does like there's like a different audio quality, and like it's in post, but it's also literally... Somehow it sounds like an end note too.
It's like actually, I love it. Like it's such so good. It's such a good convention.
Why have you guys both listened to DFW audiobook?
Just I don't know.
What have you heard?
I think I've listened to a substantial portion of his interviews with hideous men, like in bed. I was just like falling asleep listening to him. He does a similar thing, and he's done. Oh, and Consider the Lobster. He does.
Yeah, it's Consider the Lobster as well as his like AVA. I think it's called, right? Like the Adult Video Awards.
Yeah.
Like that essay, there's like an audiobook version of it.
Oh, I thought you were referencing AAV.
No.
But what I mean to say is...
like an Infinite Jest. I wonder how that sounds.
It'd be interesting... This is not really a suggestion, but more like, it'd be interesting if you could somehow create an endnote mechanism. Somehow create a mechanism that permits this retroactive analysis that you can also place within the middle of it.
Yeah,
which will
I
be
think
really tough.
Yeah, what I'm trying to not that I've thought of this per se, but I think it falls in the umbrella of this general idea of I'm going to do prep work, substantial prep work, but I'm going to try and minimize the amount of editing work that needs to be done, because otherwise, like, it's basically going to become undoable. I think, like, you know, I'm really envisioning something that's like probably, 5 to 6 hours long, and like, even if I did do it once, I'm not going to want to do it again. If I have to like edit every couple minutes of the video with other, it's going to become hell. So like, I want to try and do as much prep as I can, and then basically just like do one solid recording, and like maybe cut a couple things.
You can also do parts. Part 1, part 2.
I don't want to do parts.
All right.
Maybe, I don't know. Parts will probably be the algorithm recommended method.
Well, if you did the part 2, then you could begin part 2 with retroactive, with like somehow changing the thing from part 1 in part 2.
Well, if I wanted to be super epic, right, I'd actually I would really work, right? I'd write an entire script for all the parts. I'd have a holistic view of the project and what it entails and what part 1 needs to have and blah, 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 right? And I would really make a part 1, part 2, part 3, and like it would form a cohesive product that can be looked at for ages to come. And
you mostly just want
that sounds fucking hard.
Yeah, so you're just gonna fucking turn that camera on.
I'm just gonna
ramble. I'm never gonna listen to it again because it's too like.
Yeah. No one will ever listen to it. Yeah,
You'll have they might if you have a bunch of stamps.
I'll be okay.
If you have a bunch of stamps.
I'm gonna do stamps and sections and all sorts of stuff. But I'm gonna be okay producing a largely. Right now I'm feeling pretty okay with outputting a largely incoherent schizophrenic rambling that might make sense to someone else who watches it and is like the ideas aren't coherent, but like as a constellation connects with them in terms of like their schizophrenic sense of the film.
You're making the content that you wanna find.
Yeah. I'm making the content I want to find. Like, I'm not looking for I would like also a structured thing, but I'd be okay if I found a 6-hour schizophrenic rambling of Antichrist.
Yeah, so true.
Wherein, like, it always, right?
Yeah,
right? Yeah. Like, you'd be like, this is like essentially incoherent, but at every point you agree with whatever they're pointing out and talking about, Like, there's no thesis, there's no nothing. It's just like, oh yeah. I don't know. I don't know what film I'm going to do, though. I'm torn between a couple. I want to choose a film, like, the easiest one to do would be House the Jack Built.
Tenet.
Dude, the
House the Jack Built is, like, so analytically oriented.
Should you do Chris?
It's like, so it's easy to do. There's so much to talk about, but it isn't, like, emotionally moving in the way, like, you might want to do, like, it, not that I would choose it, but also, like, way harder to do Three Colors Blue. Right, like that's going to be way harder to talk about.
Yeah, because Zizek already said everything there is to say about that movie.
Dude, it's great. 2-minute It's actually great that you mentioned Zizek. I think everyone here should read Looking Awry. It's super easy to read, and like it's his book on like just various like cinema topics, but like
Looking. How do you spell it?
Looking Awry, AWRY. I think it's like I'm like nearly finished with it. There's portions that you could literally just skip if you want.
Is this Zizek? Yeah.
Yeah, but
the hardcover is cheaper.
But it's like super digestible.
Why would that be?
And also, it's funny because I literally want to do the opposite of Troy in terms of my goal is I want to have like 8 terms that I choose to use. Okay, that aren't like necessarily even given to me. It'd be so fun to like create terms. Oh my god, that's so awesome.
Yeah.
And then have like 6 to 10 fucking movies that I just reference schizoidally. Schizophrenically, like to add them as evidence to my claim. Like and just
that's totally what they do.
And I just want to do that. It just seems so fun. Yeah.
And have them be like have the ones that you reference like have them be like pop culturally relevant like
like 2/3 of them are super pop culturally relevant, and then 1/3 are like just giga-based niche. Yeah. Could just be like culturally relevant in the sense that Tarkovsky is, or like, Bergman is.
What do you think about this?
He doesn't talk about Bergman at all.
Yeah.
You like that?
What am I looking at?
Talk about Bergman.
Oh, dude, these are awesome. Dude, I wanted
bought the book.
I'm like looking at them. I'm like, that looks like a nice shoe. I like that one. That like color.
Dude, I love those shoes. I wanted those so badly when I was in college. And Huff is out of business.
I didn't know they're out of business. I know these shoes.
They filed for bankruptcy. They might not be out of business. They just filed for bankruptcy.
It's kind of good looking. There's like, I don't know. There's like 7 different listings, and not one of them has all the options.
Yeah, it's probably because it's just random ass retailers that like still have an excess. Well, see if they have your size.
Yeah, I'd probably want this one or this.
No, I like the black ones. I like
the black one's leather.
The purple ones are awesome too. Black and purple.
I would never wear a purple shoe.
Yeah, the problem is
This is kind of cool, but a little too much. I just want something like casual. I don't know.
The black ones are sick, dude. Feet would get so hot though.
Oh yeah, they do not. Oh yeah, they do. Oh, unavailable. Wait, why would they show? You see this?
Yeah, it's evil.
Stupid. And you missed it, but I bought the book.
That's awesome.
And I bought these glasses.
Dude, glasses.
The glasses I was showing. These are my first pair of glasses I bought in like the first actual pair.
Okay, have you?
25.
You've not tried them on, right?
No, I have.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, I was super worried about the fit and stuff like this.
That's pretty crazy.
But they're really good. They feel great quality and they fit. And like I haven't had a pair of I haven't had a pair of try-hard glasses in a long time. I've bought a lot of pairs of like stupid glasses. Huh?
I want a pair of good sunglasses. I want to. Mine are shit.
They've got the round. I was originally gonna get the non-round. Or no, these are round.
Yeah, I want some solid sunglasses because I bought a lot of gas station sunglasses and I'm getting sick of it.
Yeah, that's what I have. I've been on gas station sunglasses or like silly sunglasses.
My dailies,
and I finally
dailies broke.
I almost got these.
Your dad's broke.
My dailies.
Oh, your dailies.
Wait, these are these round?
Is that like an actual term?
No,
or did you just start
no.
Using
There was one time we were talking about sunglasses, and I kept referring to my sunglasses that I was wearing as my dailies. I was like, these are my dailies. I like my dailies. And then
I like that too.
Yeah, and so I was referencing again. I didn't know if anybody remembered. I don't even remember who I was talking to. It was somebody on Discord.
I made a very bold choice. So these are like the classic Ray-Ban style. I don't know what this like shape is called, but as opposed to, I got the round ones.
Yeah, round. Yeah,
round. Yeah, I mean, I think I would.
Round is pretty dope.
Yeah, I went round. This is the first pair of round glasses. I felt like I was really going out.
Did you look up the face chart?
No, I just bought them.
All right, that's ballsy. And, look up the face chart.
Well, no, because I looked. I don't know what face chart.
I looked at glasses for face.
This.
Glasses for
face. They glasses for face.
Yeah, because like certain shapes look better on certain. There's like 8 face shapes. Diamond, rectangle. Like look it up. Google it. Yeah.
Face shape.
Face shape glasses. Just do that. Maybe it'll. Yeah. So you can look at like there's like 3 kinds that every face shape can wear of like several face shapes. Yeah. So,
but I don't get the grid here.
So you identify what face shape you have. I would say is probably.
Yeah. What do I have? I feel like I'm round.
Can you just?
I don't have I'm round or oval.
Hold on. You are oval or.
Oh no, I'm
square.
oval. Round looks fatter.
You're probably
square.
Oval.
Dude, I do not have the jawline for square.
Hold on. I gotta look at.
I wish I had a dope jawline.
You're oval, yeah. I would call you oval.
I think I'm oval. I got that oval. Look how oval my fucking face is, dude.
Yeah, I think you're oval. All right, now let's look at what you can wear. What are you allowed to wear?
Oh, I can wear everything.
Proportional with... Oh, it seems like you can wear everything. That's awesome. Look at you.
I have the best. Look at me.
Look how perfect.
I'm so happy. What do you think you are?
I don't know. I struggled, but I was thinking...
Oh, you're square.
You think?
Yeah. Maybe John can chime in.
Sorry. Let me see the...
I'm oval.
Okay, looking at Steven. Let me see the options.
I feel like Steven's kind of a square type. Dude.
Yeah, you're kind of square, oval. Like but you're more square. You're more square. Yeah. The majority of your head is like pretty, like where your eyes and your top lip. This is
you don't think I'm heart then?
Like the bottom of mine,
square.
like the way mine comes.
No.
The way mine comes down, like it's so narrow on the bottom.
It's
and
narrow.
you have definitely a much wider bottom. Thank God I'm not triangle.
Dude, John.
What am I?
Let's look. Hold on.
What am I?
Hold on.
Am I a human being or am I round?
You are. You're round or square.
Guys, people are gonna. This is outing us right now. People are gonna know what we look like.
Yeah, it's doxing.
You are. Oh, that's so funny that this is part of the podcast. Yeah. This, just like, what the fuck? No one's listening.
We're
which
3
means
hours and 40 minutes.
If John's round, dude, give John some rectangles. Oh man, dude, you look kind of fly in that. I feel like rectangles are underused. They're only used by like autists. But like rectangles,
dude, you know,
could be cool.
Dude, the glasses that are in super fashion right now is rectangle.
Really? I thought it was Wayfair.
Well, what's Wayfair?
Look at the one right under.
No, dude. The glasses that are like literally
trendy,
trendy, conquering the world,
yeah,
trendy rectangle glasses.
Yeah,
dude,
yeah.
Everyone is wearing them.
Yeah, I don't know if they're rectangle. Here, look it up. I know what you're talking about.
They
Dude,
are.
When I recently was in Hawaii.
Oh, that's what you mean.
Dude, these. Well, I'll find the exact type. But yeah, these. Like this. These are ubiquitous right now.
I was recently in Hawaii, and while I was there, everybody that I saw that like was a resident there, like that was like working like jobs and stuff, like where we were staying and
living
stuff.
life, being humans.
Yeah. But they all had these like super huge, like thick rimmed sunglasses that all looked super nice, and like all of them had them, and I'd never seen glasses in that style anywhere else before. And I didn't know if it was like a Hawaii thing, because then I went to like a mall while I was there, and that's like the style that was everywhere. Like and
yeah,
and I was like, and I've never seen it anywhere else.
Look at Troy's. Is it anything that's on the scrreen?
No, not even close. No.
Okay, good. Yeah, I was gonna say those are ugly.
No. These look sick. Like I was like looking at pairs that like look like them. Let me see if I can find some so that we can show the listeners.
Yeah, any listeners at home, Troy's looking at a bunch of sunglasses. Imagine
the depraved soul who's listening to this right now,
dude,
who are almost 4 hours into this. Yeah. No, I'm not depraved. Sorry, deprived of good content, and they finally found it.
Yeah,
right.
That's what I meant to say.
Dude, get the Andoilts.
These?
Dude,
yeah, I've almost bought these.
Bro, that'd be so
for
fly.
Like unironic mountaineering glasses.
Yeah,
like these are kind of trying to look like them, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But they're so useful.
Yeah,
I've gotten I haven't gotten snowblind, but I've gotten like severe eye issues from spending so much time up there.
It's big in Bonneville.
Just a little humble
shades.
brag.
If you get a day without the shades in Bonneville, you are mogged.
Yeah, big time. Dude, I want to be a Bonneville man. I was trying to find. I saw these glasses. I want like these. I want this.
Oh, this would be so cool.
Dude, look at this terrible Photoshop.
Ugly. Yeah, that looks terrible on her.
That is actually insane.
Yeah.
They couldn't just get someone to wear these glasses.
Oh my
god. Dude,
yo, that's awesome.
Dude, this is so cool.
That's so much worse than just not having pictures.
Yeah. I think about I see people that have like really distinct fashion styles, you know?
Oh, John.
Right? John, that is looking very cool. I see people with like distinct fashion styles, right? They wear things that like are basically like kind of outlandish, right? But it kind of suits them in some way, or at least it suits them in a way where if I imagine wearing them, I feel like a fucking fool, you know?
Right.
And I've been thinking about that a little bit lately. Like, why can't what about me? Why can't I wear something like that, you know? But it's obviously like mostly in my head. But I really desire now. I thought the other day, if I could just pretend to be someone else, I could wear a crazy outfit like that. Like I could dress up and do the whole thing, but I feel like I'd have to pretend that I'm someone else.
I think that's what a lot of people do who dress like super crazy. They play like a more crazy
like a character
of themselves or something when they do that. But here's the other thing. I also think there's like this super common thing where people are like, oh, like just wear whatever you want, wear with confidence, and it doesn't matter. I think that is so wrong and ignores so much about like picking clothes. You can wear like more like quote unquote outlandish things, but there's like certain things that you have to like like certain, like obviously certain colors
abide.
Not just, and like I don't even think just like visually, like with like skin tone and hair and these things, that certain like colors of clothes like match you better, but like personality and like the way that you move and like mannerisms like all factor into like the clothing that like the kinds of clothing that look good on you and like look interesting or accentuate parts of like how you move or how you talk or how you are and stuff. And I think that that's like something that is so like ignored by like everyone, and everyone's just like, just wear whatever you want. And it's like, it's just
rock it.
Yeah, rock like whatever you want. And it's just like ignoring. Steven looks like he's a Russian rapper.
Yeah,
Slav. John, I almost unironically would pay for a flight if you let me pay for Spirit. I would Spirit fly you out here to go shopping with me and dress me. Are you serious? Because you're obviously the best dressed person in the server, like by a million miles. And there's no one in the world. Steven's well dressed and looks good, but he also has a much more conservative, maybe not conservative. I think Steven has like very key objects he's interested in, but I think you have a more anyway, Steven's up there for sure, but I trust you more than anyone. I definitely don't trust a certain girl in my life. No, I trust her, but it's hard to like really do that. But I'm actually like, I would fly you out for a weekend.
That would be so
to go
fun.
Shopping and like help me get a wardrobe.
Would be so fun.
Maybe we'll do this. Maybe we'll do this when like maybe just when I move to Utah, but that's in like a year.
I would do that. That would be so fun.
I want to look cool. Like you've worn stuff. Let me pull up your Instagram.
Yeah. Show me what you think. You've
worn
like
some things
that
what
I wear, because that's
I'll show you things you've worn that I wish.
Should we stop
I'm
recording?
like,
this is getting ridiculous. Like
no. We just keep going. It is becoming more and more visual.
It's becoming very visual.
But no, there are things you've worn where I think maybe not necessarily. I wish I had that article of clothing. But where I think why don't I have something like that?
Sure.
Where like I can look like that. I'm thinking of a very specific photo that I'm just struggling to find.
Prom photo?
The prom photo's cool, but I'm thinking of one where you dressed up a bit and you have photos with your girl.
Didn't
you guys had like an anniversary or something?
Yeah.
Is it gonna be on? Oh, here.
Here. He's wearing like a puffy shirt tucked in.
It's
no.
Here.
Oh, is it on hers?
Yeah, it's on hers probably.
I know exactly the picture you're talking about.
Yeah. Okay. First of all, this is one, but this is like pretty casual. I could figure that out for myself. Where is this? Here we go. Is she gonna have it? No. Although this is
that's not what you're talking about.
This is that's not what I'm talking about. You're wearing a jacket and not a. This is
that's
funny. Not like a jacket, like a dress type jacket.
Like a suit coat.
Maybe I'm
like a blazer.
Yeah, it's like a very sleek.
Tan.
Blazer.
Yeah.
It's a blazer type thing. Maybe a thing under.
Well, now you have to find it.
Underneath. Why can't I find it?
You better find it.
John, you find it and link it to me because I'm getting mad.
You better find it.
What's wrong with you?
Up that one right there. Yeah, click that one.
I'm gonna start screaming.
Let's. No, it's just these two.
Well, it was that day. No, these are just photos.
I mean, you can scroll all the way down. John's looking kind of fly.
John. Oh yeah, I was saying John always looks really fly. This might be my favorite photo ever.
Oh, thank you.
Dude, she's like 8 in that one.
I'm not complimenting you, bro. I'm just kidding. I obviously am.
Well,
okay, this is pre. Okay, yeah, I was gonna say this is pre.
I thought I was on your page.
Dude, you need to fly Harrison out.
Yeah, you need to fly. Yeah, have Harrison dress you.
For what?
You need to dress like.
Oh, look at this. This one got made.
Yeah, that one did get made.
Dress like a trap star.
It's because we were unabashed.
Because you didn't have dialogue.
Yeah, it's because seriously though.
Oh no.
The truth hurts. Oh,
listen, I'm confident that something.
Which one? Yeah.
This one? Why would you delete this? It's so ridiculous.
So ridiculous.
Wait, it's funny.
Uh-oh. The end has come.
Yeah.
Well, now this is also like illegal. John's only like 14 of these pigs.
Oh yeah, that's so true. We can't be ogling him. Okay,
I remember
anyway,
when I thought John was Harrison.
Yeah, it's so funny.
I thought
because he saw this picture of Harrison wearing the scroll down. Keep scrolling. It's the first like very prominent picture of Harrison, I think. Right
Dude,
there.
Whoa.
Yeah. So one. Yeah, Steven.
I would never
Steven
thought
that
like
this was me.
Although.
Yeah.
That's crazy. That was him. I would never want to look like this, but this photo rocks. I just wish he wasn't sunburned.
Yeah, he's freaking.
The tan line kind of ruins the image of like this is a real person who dresses like this. That's the only reason I like this, is because I like to imagine that this is a real person.
I actually believe that he would dress like that.
I mean, maybe he actually did, but from what I've seen, he would never do this. Or he would do it on a goof, but this is not.
No, he wore it because he thought it was cool. Like, I mean,
That's
yeah,
so
I mean,
funny.
I mean, every once in a while he'll wear something like kind of for fun. That's crazy.
Dude, we need to kill every police officer.
What's up with this? That's so true, actually.
Dude, I was feeling really bad about how I dressed the other day, so I bought a bunch of clothes. I bought a fucking rugby shirt.
That's dope. Rugby shirts are awesome.
I think they are super cool, but my body type never fit them because I was so scrawny, and normally they're like so huge that it would just look retarded on me. Oh, well, we'll keep that.
We've said that word many times thus far.
Yeah,
you've said that word many times, and I have logged every occurrence of it.
I don't even care. Whatever. But
all right, then I'm gonna stop logging him then. But I've been sending it every time you do.
Yeah.
I
asked Brody to bleep one, and he didn't. I didn't really care. It was like whatever. Yeah. It's just.
I've been looking really good lately. I'm on the come up in terms of, fashion and stuff.
It's awesome. I recently bought pants that fit me, so that's kind of fun.
Let's go. Pants are hard to find. Good pants are like one of the most difficult items to.
I got mine.
You gotta hold on to them. Never let go.
I got mine from Walmart.
Nice.
That's good. I like Amazon shopping.
No, dude, you gotta try it on.
I never try stuff on. I've got all the good clothing I got lately is from Amazon.
This is. And Troy wonders why he needs to fly me out.
No, I need to. Okay,
I'm just kidding.
I don't need to fly you out, but also, no. The issue is not that like I make.
The shirt's. I thought the shirt was awesome. Unironically,
it's a cool shirt, but it's not like an especially good look. It looks like a great shirt for like normal use.
All right, fine.
My concern. Well, I gotta go, but also and it's not that I make bad choices. It's that I just don't buy clothes. I don't care usually.
Yeah, but because you've never done it, you don't know what to buy.
Well,
I was gonna wear this today, but I thought it was
I think I could give it a good shot. Maybe I'm just being. That's a great shirt for around a call.
Awesome. That's an awesome shirt.
That's a cool shirt. That's a cool shiurt.
I was gonna wear it, but I thought it was too much.
You guys have like a favorite shirt, right?
Kind of.
It's like a well understood male phenomenon.
I got like 3.
Yeah, maybe like a small group that you'd say like that's one of my favorite shirts. Anyway, I gotta go. But I think this pod has been an incredible success with respect to communicating a very clear idea and really investigating it to its end. All right. I'm down to do more. I do want to do more like small scale film pods.
Look at me, I fill this
cover
shirt
more
out.
ground. Yeah.
Okay.
The problems podcast with Crunk Jacob should be pretty funny. But I need to cover more films. All right, boys, I'm out of here.
Dude,
are you guys gonna keep going, or is this conclusion?
John's got some muscle, bro. Do you know how much you could bench, John?
No clue.
Have you ever benched?
No, not really.
Dude, I bet you could hit. I bet you could hit a pretty good number for like your beginner number would be exceptional. I think.
You think you could do a plate?
I feel like I've done a plate before.
What? I literally just asked.
Well, I know, but when you say have you ever benched, like I imagine this as something where like I actually have knowledge of what I was doing.
Like, have you ever done it?
If it's literally have I ever touched the bar and done that?
Yeah. Have you laid down on your back and done it?
Yeah. And there's some weights on the side. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think
that's a good sign.
I think you could maybe do a plate. I'd give you 20% chance you do a plate, 30% chance you do a plate. High 70% chance you do something really close to a plate.
Do you think I could do a plate?
But what's a plate? Like 20 pounds?
Have you ever?
Yeah. Of
Yeah,
course.
then yeah, you could.
I used to be like into lifting.
A plate is 135
Dude, I had a really
pounds total.
Oh.
I
Okay,
think
I don't know about that. That's
one, I'm underrated when it comes to power cleans, and two, I was really exceptional at power press, and it's unfortunate that it's a rare workout because you need 2 spotters.
Wait, I don't even know what the. Hold on.
Power press. I'm just showing. Okay.
Oh, you're doing it? Okay, do it.
Yeah. Well, imagine I'm standing up.
Yeah.
So you have it. You start with it, right? You come up, put it on your shoulders.
Yeah.
And then.
Oh yeah.
But you kind of jump and do it.
Yeah. Ugh.
And then you hold it, and then you let it down. But you need 2 spotters.
I would not ever do that workout in my life, except for once for fun.
What about power cleans? You like power cleans?
No. That's just there's no real point to them except potential for injury. Like it just seems dangerous.
I don't know. I actually don't know, so I find that easy to believe.
Yeah,
but
I
did when I was working out in the gym.
It could be a great workout.
It was bench, power clean, power press, squat.
I want to say for the record, this is for Jacob. I want it on the record. I want this recorded. I weigh 196 pounds.
Dude, this is why I think you could do a play, dude. Because it's not all fat. It's not.
No,
all
it's
fat.
not. No, it's not. I've got a little bit of fat going on, but like the more I've realized, like I've become much stronger because of my job, like lifting, like running around for hours on end,
lifting weights.
Yeah.
My job. I've gotten really strong for my job, lifting weights.
Yeah,
yeah, benching.
Yeah, it's crazy. I just
John,
realized the other day I'm
190 is
getting
still pretty-
stronger from. No.
190 is pretty low on your BMI, right? Because you're like 6'8" or 6'9".
No, I'm
Ish.
I'm 6. Yeah, I'm 6.
Let's hear it. What's the funniest number you can come up with?
I'm 5'4".
All right.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, I'm 4'11" and weigh 190. All right, I'm out.
All right.
Yeah. Bye.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
Are you guys done?
audience.
All right, bye.
Okay,
audience.
bye.
Bye.
Okay.
Bye.
Unless Steven was away. I don't know what to.
Oh no, I won't. Then
Okay,
I'll
we'll stay for a minute because I gotta go too. But like,
Okay,
okay,
then
bye.
I'm
We'll
out
say,
of
we'll
here.
say bye separately. Bye, Troy.
All right, bye, guys.
It's just me and you, and Troy, who hasn't left the call yet.
Yeah, and Brody who's still in the call too. Yeah.
Actually,
dude, I was getting so depressed by my aesthetic, but yeah, I got to get some new clothes.
Steven.
I've been working on it. I got this belt. No, you didn't.
No, Steven.
No, you didn't. It's only because I've. Brody's actually pretty well dressed when he wants to.
Brody can be fly.
When he wants to.
Look, I think it's all about shapes and colors. And Brody rocks shapes and colors that complement something about the way that he is in general and moves and his height and everything. I'm dead serious. Like when you see him, he looks.
I agree. I agree.
Whoa. Oh, the audience cannot hear Troy.
What?
Troy's stopped recording and he's just
so
like
funny.
talking to us. Get out of here. Leave the call. Yeah, leave the call.
Yeah, that's so funny.
Yeah, Steven, you gotta look. You know what you like.
So I agree. I have something. I'm certainly decently dressed. I don't have like any misperceptions going on, but like I think so. I've been like just gaining muscle, building muscle, and changing how my like body looks over time. And so like all of my old pants don't fit anymore.
Oh my gosh,
none of them.
That's crazy.
I'm 2 sizes bigger.
That's so big.
Yeah, it's pretty huge.
That's awesome,
dude.
It's also annoying.
Dude,
but...
I hit a PR this Friday. I benched 175. That was pretty exciting. Yeah, whatever. It doesn't matter to you. You don't give a fuck. Don't lie. You don't give a shit.
No, that's awesome, dude. I know. I
could bench 20 and you'd still. Be my friend.
Of course, it'd still be your friend. You want your friendships to be conditional on how much you weigh.
Yeah.
Your BMI.
Otherwise, I'm not good enough. How do I know how much? How do I know how much?
Yeah. How do I know? Yeah.
No, so I just gotta like overhaul my wardrobe. I got a bunch of clothes that I think are ugly these days because a lot of my other stuff doesn't. The stuff I like doesn't fit.
You gotta get you a shirt. You gotta buy you some. Listen to this. Look, I don't know what you're looking for, bro. But listen, I mean, also it's hot as absolute balls outside. Dude, yeah. So that's already like that's an L.
It limits what you're even gonna bother to wear.
But listen. Yeah. You get some t-shirts. That are tight on the top, and then they just hang, and then you buy stuff to go over that. That's all. Because if you got shoulders and chest going on a little bit, you know, like it like looks good to wear.
Oh yeah, like I'd want to like show it off. To
well, in a way, yeah, but not in a way where it's like you're wearing like a muscle shirt. You just wear shirts that complement that.
Yeah, I think my issue is I got some really cringe issues that I'm dealing with. Maybe all our Indian viewers can relate. But I've got I keep shaving my chest hair. I don't know if you remember, but my chest hair used to be insanely long, and it grows back fast. 2 months and it would be crazy long. When it's in these in between shave states, so I like how my chest looks when I have no hair on it or low hair on it. I feel like I just look better, but then I get this folliculitis because the follicles get pulled by all the hairs as it regrows. You know, as it regrows until it hits a massively long length, it'll just pull and hurt. So then it means I got to wear these big bodied shirts that are super loose. So otherwise I get like pain.
Just let it flow and then trim.
I probably should, but then I don't look as like jacked. I look like cooler with my shirt off, and like in the summer, I have my shirt off like all the time these days. Dude, it's crazy. I went my whole life never wanting to take my shirt off. And it's not like I look better with my shirt off, and I'm not like obsessed with it, but like it's crazy to go from being ashamed of how you looked without clothes to like having no issues with it at all. Like I've never felt that way before. That was kind of crazy to me.
That's pretty sick. Mine's situational. There's like context in which I'm totally don't even think about it. It's like I don't think about it unless I do is kind of like how it is. But
dude, being around like ripped people with their shirts off, and then there's you. Yeah. I don't know. I shouldn't have cared. I don't know why I ever cared so much. I just cared a lot back in the day.
Sure.
I was very self-conscious back in the day about things like that.
No, that's fair. Yeah.
But yeah, John, you dress really well. I hate you. when we were hanging, watching movies, with you and her, you put on just, I think you had like some fucking pair of pants, like gray pants maybe, or jeans, I don't remember, and like a gray overshirt, just a shirt that long sleeve shirt you'd wear like button up that you'd wear over.
Oh, I know.
And
I know what I was wearing.
And like I was like, damn, you look fly as hell, dude. And you were like, this is nothing. I think I got these jeans from these pants from like Walmart or not Walmart, but you said some cheap store. For $15.
The jeans were from Walmart.
Oh, okay, yeah. So that prompted me to go to Walmart to cop my own jeans. I was like, damn, bro, I can get some cool jeans from Walmart. I got a pair of jeans that I like a lot from Walmart. Like I look fly as hell in them. I look sick as fuck in them. And I think about that moment, I'm like, oh man, dude, John was looking fly in that moment. I don't know.
That was funny.
But I'm also big into like polos like this.
Yeah, that's cool.
Just like interesting shape, texture polos.
Yeah, I've got a couple. I got a couple polos. I don't really wear them that often because they don't. I don't like how I look in them. But polos as a category, I think are cool. I wish I liked how I looked in the polos that I do have. But
dude, my dream is to fill out the rugby shirt and look like an absolute unit-based guy wearing a rugby shirt. Yeah. Just like rugby shirt, fucking walking around, with like a gold chain. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then but also being artistic and cool. Like also being like this mental god, So I'm like artistic mental god, but also look like a Giga Chad. That's kind of my dream.
This thing. After this, I need to get going.
Yeah. This is
like
Well, that looks pretty cool.
It's pretty dope.
Does it fit well?
Yeah, it fits like it's like kind of muscle shirty where like it's got like cuffs,
like short sleeves.
Yeah, they're shorter and it's like cuffs,
right,
and then it like tapers at the bottom. It looks kind of cool, but it's like I don't know. I look like I'm trying to look like different or something when I'm wearing it. Like I don't. Yeah,
that's always.
Like, I don't look natural wearing it.
I think that's one reason like kids love to go. First off, they like college and they like going to live in super urban environments because you're allowed. Like the culture is such that everyone's trying really hard to look cool.
Yeah.
That you don't feel like you're trying hard. Like you never feel like a try hard.
Yeah.
Whereas like if I go in public and I'm wearing like my coolest fit, it's like
I go to the gas
super,
station.
yeah, to buy an extra bang, and everyone in there's grimy. You know, they're wearing like fucking jeans with tons of like oil on them. You know, and I'm just like, oh yeah, and I'm this just giga try.
Yeah.
So
you know, you definitely have to have somewhere to go. Which is also why I've kind of leaned more and more towards like everyday clothes that look good, feel good, and are like comfortable. Like I can just like wear it anywhere, but still like how I look and feel in them or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, my last thought that I'm interested in expressing is I have made a resolution that if I see like an artist or musical artist or comedian or just act like thing that has like merch with a shirt that I think is cool, and even if it costs like $40, I'm gonna fucking get it.
Yeah.
Like I've never bought a shirt from someone I like. I've only ever just bought like dog shit clothes, you know, from like thrift stores and stuff. Like I've never paid much, and I'm like, damn, nah, I should just pay for like a cool shirt.
10 seconds.
Yeah. For listeners at home, John has his headphones off.
No, it's literally so true. I recently went to Bob Dylan concert.
Right.
I bought
his last concert.
And I bought probably. And then I bought a bandana. This is Bob Dylan on it. It was so overpriced, but it was sick. Now I have it.
That's pretty cool.
Bob Dylan, Blown in the Wind. Pretty cool.
That's awesome. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, just doing things like that would be cool.
Okay, I gotta go.
Sounds good. All the viewers or listeners, thanks for sticking in. Whatever.
Yeah. See ya.